Good evening, and welcome to tonight's meeting of the ISD 191 Burnsville-Eagan-Savage School Board. I'd like to call the meeting to order. The date is January 14th, 2021, and the time is 6:30 p.m. I'd like to start by welcoming our audience. We always appreciate knowing that people are tuning in and learning about all the great things that are going on in 191. Next, Director Miller, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Tonight is a big night. We are welcoming, we'll be swearing in board members, new and re-elected, and then we will turn to the organizational, the annual organization of our board. Starting with the oath of office. It is an honor that you were elected or appointed to guide the education of our community's children. As you recite the oath of office, you assume a tremendous responsibility as a director of our school district with the duties empowered by the Minnesota legislature. This power puts you and other members of our school board in the position of being both morally and legally responsible for equitable, quality education for every student in the district. In carrying out this responsibility, you will be asked to fulfill the roles of vision, structure, accountability, and advocacy. In providing vision, the board, with extensive participation of the community, envisions the community's educational future and then formulates the goals, defines the outcomes, and sets the course for our public schools. To achieve the vision, the board establishes a structure and creates an environment designed to ensure all students the opportunity to attain their maximum potential through a sound organizational framework. Because as a board, we must be accountable to the community, we must ensure a continuous assessment of student achievement and all conditions affecting the education of our children. As board members, we serve as education's key advocates and our community schools to advance the vision for our schools. Furthermore, we must strive to work together and with the superintendent and staff to lead the district toward fulfilling the vision we have created, fostering excellence for every student in the areas of academic skills and knowledge, citizenship, and personal development. Having signed the acceptance of office and oath of office, will you please publicly affirm your commitment by repeating the oath of office after me? Now, originally I had planned we were going to do this alphabetically, but I think we need to give Tony a minute to get her tech set. So we will actually start with Eric Miller. Eric, will you please repeat after me? I swear and affirm that
I swear and affirm that I
will support the Constitution of the United States and of this state,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States and of this state,
and that I will discharge faithfully
and that I will discharge faithfully
the duties of the office of school board member
the duties of office of school board member
of Independent School District 191
of Independent School District 191
to the best of my judgment and ability.
to the best of my judgment and ability.
Thank you and congratulations. Next, we will turn to Sue Saeed. Sue, will you repeat after me, please? Raise your right hand. I swear and affirm
I swear and affirm
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States and of this state,
of the United States and of this state,
and that I will discharge faithfully
and that I will discharge faithfully
the duties of the office of school board member
the duties of the school board member
of Independent School District 191
of Independent School District 191
to the best of my judgment and ability.
to the best of my judgment and ability.
Thank you, and congratulations and welcome. Next, we will swear in Anna Werb. Anna? Just raise your right hand and I can't see you. Oh, there you are. Okay. I swear and affirm
I swear and affirm
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States and of this state,
of the United States and of this state,
and that I will discharge faithfully
and I will discharge faithfully
the duties of the office of school board member
the duties of the office of school board member
of Independent School District 191
of Independent School District 191
to the best of my judgment and ability.
to the best of my judgment and ability.
Thank you. Congratulations and welcome. And last but not least, Tony, I see that we can see you. Can you unmute yourself? Great. Now raise your right hand. I swear and affirm
I swear and affirm
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States and of this state,
of the United States and of this state,
and that I will discharge faithfully
and that I will discharge faithfully
the duties of the office of school board member
the duties of the office of school board member
of Independent School District 191
of Independent School District 191
to the best of my judgment and ability.
to the best of my judgment and ability.
Thank you. Congratulations and welcome.
Thank you.
Next, we will approve the agenda. I will take a motion to approve.
So moved.
Moved by Director Miller, second.
Second.
Seconded by Director Chester. Any discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Kenny, would you please call the roll?
Holt,
Aye.
Chester,
Aye.
Connor,
Aye.
Hume, Miller,
Aye.
Saeed,
We need to unmute Sue.
Aye.
Werb.
Aye.
And the motion carries. Thank you. Next, we will turn to the organizational meeting. The recommendation is to approve recommendations and adopt the resolutions shown below to accomplish organization of the Board of Education for 2021. The items listed below must be addressed by the school board at its organizational meeting on January 14th, 2021. In order of rank, the officers from 2020 are responsible for calling the organizational meeting to order. This individual or someone elected as temporary chair should preside until a new chair is elected. Prior to the election of officers, the board should determine the method to be used in selecting its new officers. A recommended method is that of majority vote on the candidate or candidates nominated for each position. Policy 202 provides further direction with respect to selection of officers and officers' responsibilities. The annual organization of the school board occurs in January to conform to the term of office for school board members. Some matters of school board organization are more readily conducted on a fiscal year basis and will be presented in June. The items that follow pertain to Board of Education organization for 2021. First, we have the election of chair. The chair presides at all school board meetings and works with the superintendent on calling board meetings and establishing meeting agendas. At times, the chair is called upon to serve in a ceremonial capacity as the ranking elected representative of the school district. The chair countersigns all checks drawn by the treasurer. I will now open up the floor for nominations for chair. And I would like to nominate Director Eric Miller as chair. Are there any other nominations for chair? Any other nominations for chair? Hearing none, Ms. Kenny, would you please call the roll?
Chester,
Aye.
Connor,
Aye.
Hume, Hume, Miller,
Aye.
Said,
Aye. Can you hear
Werb,
me?
Yep.
Aye. Sorry.
Werb,
Aye.
and Alt.
Aye. And the motion carries. Thank you, everyone. We now have a new chair, and I will turn the meeting over to Chair Miller.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Alt. And before we get started, I think it's appropriate to take a moment and recognize that the role of the chair is one that goes largely unrecognized in this community, and the amount of time and effort that's put in addition to our normal board member duties. And Director Chair Alt has served 2 years in that role through probably some of the most tumultuous times in this district in recent times. So thank you, Chair Alt, for everything you've done. The amount of hours you put in the back scene have been amazing. This district is better off for your service. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Miller. I appreciate it.
Here, here.
And I would like to thank my fellow board members for the trust you put in me, and we will move forward with the rest of the meeting. The next function is to elect a vice chair. The school board created the vice chair position in 1989 for the purpose of easing the workload of the chair. The vice chair serves as chair when the chair is absent, assists with board operations, and plans the annual evaluation of the superintendent. At this time, I will ask if there is a nomination for vice chair.
I would like to nominate Director Chester as vice chair.
And I will, okay, thank you. I will ask if there are any other nominations for vice chair. And one more time, if there are any other nominations for vice chair. Hearing none, Ms. Kinney, will you please call the roll?
Connor, Hume,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Said,
Aye.
Werb,
Aye.
Alt,
Aye.
Chester.
Aye.
Excellent. The motion passes. Welcome aboard as Vice Chair Director Chester.
Thank you. Look forward to working with you, Chair Miller.
Thank you. The next function we have is the election of clerk. The clerk presides at board meetings in the absence of the chair and vice chair, and from a legal standpoint is responsible for board minutes, signing board-approved contracts, and calling school board elections. The clerk also countersigns all district checks. The routine duties of the clerk are performed by the superintendent's office and business office. I would ask if there is a motion, if anyone has a motion for the election of clerk.
I move to nominate Director Hume to clerk.
Excellent. Do we have any other nominations for clerk? And one last time, any further nominations for the election of clerk? Hearing none. Ms. Kenny, would you please call the roll?
Hume,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Said,
Aye.
Werb,
Aye.
Alt,
Aye.
Chester,
Aye.
Connor.
Aye.
Excellent. Nomination passes, and welcome to the role of treasurer. All right, excuse me, of clerk. My apologies, I got ahead of my reading. The next action we need to take is an election of a treasurer. The treasurer is legally responsible for the deposit and withdrawal of all district funds and reporting same to the school board. Checks drawn on school district accounts are signed by the treasurer. The routine duties of the treasurer are performed by the business office. I will ask if there is a motion for a nomination for treasurer.
I'd like to nominate Director Alt to treasurer.
Excellent. I will ask if there is any additional nominations for treasurer. And one last time, any additional nominations for treasurer? Hearing none, Ms. Kenny, will you please proceed with the roll?
Miller,
Aye.
Said,
Aye.
Werb,
Aye.
Alt,
Aye.
Chester,
Aye.
Connor,
Aye.
Hume.
Aye.
Excellent. Congratulations on your election to treasurer. All right, next item on our agenda is salaries of board members. Salaries of school board members are set annually. In January 2016, the salaries were set at $550 per month for each director, plus an additional monthly stipend of $50 for the chair in recognition of increased duties and expenses associated with that position. On March 14th, 2019, the salaries were reduced by $100 per month beginning July 1st, 2019. The recommendation is that salaries of board members be set at $450 per month and that the chairperson receives an additional $50 per month in recognition of additional duties and expenses associated with the position. Chair Alt, do I need to call for a motion or do we just call for a roll on the recommendation?
I believe it is just a roll call.
Okay.
We do need a first and a second for this. We need a first.
Oh, we
and a
do. Okay, then I will ask for a motion or for a first on the motion.
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Oh, go ahead.
Second.
Moved by Director Alt and seconded by Director Hume. Ms. Kenny, will you please call the roll?
Said,
Aye.
Werb,
Aye.
Alt,
Aye.
Chester,
Aye.
Connor,
Aye.
Hume,
Aye.
Miller.
Aye. On to our next item, item number F on the agenda, regular meetings of the school board. Regular meetings of the school board are typically held on the second and fourth Thursday of each month. However, board meetings may be scheduled during other weeks to accommodate scheduling needs. Regular school board meetings will be held at Diamond Head Education Center, 200 West Burnsville Parkway, Burnsville. Recommendation that all regular meetings of the Independent School District 191 Board of Education commence at 6:30 p.m. on the dates noted below, with meetings conducted at the Diamond Head Education Center and Cablecast. Board listening sessions will be scheduled from 5:45 to 6:15 p.m. before regular board meetings. I'm just reading this last, okay, I don't think we need to read that. Details of the actual dates in the motion can be found in the associated documentation. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
All right. Motion by Director Chester and seconded by Director Hume. Ms. Kenny, please call the roll.
Verb,
Aye.
Alt,
Aye.
Chester,
Aye.
Career. I'm sorry, Connor,
Aye.
Hume,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Said.
Aye.
Very good. The next handful of items G through N, pertain to calendar year 2021. They are of routine nature, and although board action is required, discussion is usually unnecessary. I recommend approval of all resolutions as a single consent agenda. In the event a board member wishes to discuss any item, it should be removed from the list so that it may receive individual attention. I am going to quickly just read through the items that we are discussing, or that we are put forward as a consent. It includes authorization for electronic fund transfers, authorization for use of facsimile signatures, designation of official depositories, appointment to committees, authorization to execute and file application for state and federally funded programs, designation of legal counsel, designation of official newspaper, designation of identified official with authority for the MDE External User Access Recertification System. At this point, I'll ask, is there any request to remove them from the consent agendas for further discussion? Seeing no request, I will ask for a motion.
So moved.
And a second?
A second.
I'm sorry, who was that? That Tony?
Yep.
Yes.
Director Carter.
Mr. Connor? All right,
Yes.
very good. So moved by Director Alt and seconded by Director Connor. Ms. Kenny, will you please call the roll?
Alt,
Aye.
Chester,
Aye.
Connor,
Aye.
Hume,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Said,
Aye.
Werb.
Aye.
Excellent. And that concludes the annual organization of the Board of Education component of our meeting this evening. With that, we will move forward to the next part of our meeting, which is the information section of our meeting. Beginning with receiving an update about District 191's efforts to implement COVID-19 related educational and public health guidance issued by the MDE and the MDH, respectively. This section will be handled by Dr. Battle. Dr. Battle, you may go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Miller. Good evening, Chair Miller and directors of the board. Tonight, I will share information related to the primary areas of our work in response to COVID-19, health and safety, academics, which we will highlight through a presentation about our shift to a hybrid or in-person learning model, including operational preparations. I begin first with health and safety updates through the Minnesota Department of Health. So we receive reports on COVID-19 reports from the Minnesota Department of Health. Most important is looking at our county confirmed cases for every 10,000 residents. And so I begin with the report that was issued today. It represents the time period from December 20th through January 2nd. So there's always a 2-week delay in these confirmed case numbers. Dakota County is at 44.88 and Scott County is at 42.83. These numbers were corrected from our earlier release this morning, which had Dakota at 40.0 and Scott at 38.22. During this afternoon Scott County Public Health meeting with Lisa Brodsky, Public Health Director, she shared the correct number for the county. As a reminder, learning model parameters vary for elementary, and for our district, that would be K through 5th grade, and then secondary, which are inclusive of grade 6 through grade 12. We are also to use the county numbers because we serve 2 counties. We are to use the number of from the county with the highest number of confirmed cases. And so this means that for our secondary students, we would still be continuing with the distance learning for students. However, there has been a change since the last Governor Walz's executive order and updated Minnesota Safe Learning Plan, which was issued on December 16th. I would like to highlight some of those changes because there are different criteria to use for elementary learning models. Per the executive order, elementary schools' learning models are not required to be closely tied to county case rates. Elementary schools are allowed to change to hybrid or in-person learning models as early as January 18th. If districts are moving to a hybrid or an in-person model, schools must use a rolling start for elementary, welcoming back a few grades at a time. In other words, as an example, grades pre-K2 could start on January 18th, followed by grades 3-5 on February 1st. Athletics and activities can resume in-person practices as early as January 4th, and so we have begun with our activities. Couple of highlights that our lead school nurse, Bernadette Bean, and I will share as a part of the health update. So I will invite Bernie at this time. I'm going to go through a few more updates, health updates that we have received since that executive order. And then more information will be provided in the presentation. The first topic is about the personal protective equipment, PPEs. School districts and charter schools are strongly encouraged to require staff operating in person or hybrid learning to wear face masks and face shields together whenever possible during the school day as an important additional health and safety precaution to prevent against the spread of COVID-19. Strongly encourage is a change from the original executive order issued by Governor Walz. Previously, it was a stipulation that it was required. I am strongly recommending that I do require that school staff that work directly with students to wear both face masks and a face shield, with the exception of bus drivers due to a driving hazard, staff for which students must see their lips move, and food service employees when working in the kitchen preparing meals. The COVID-19 Advisory Committee supports this requirement also, and I will turn it over to Bernie to explain the why behind our recommendation. Bernie?
Thank you, Dr. Battle. So we have to remember that initially it was a required recommendation in the executive order, and that was based on a couple issues, a couple facts. One, when they do data collection in our facilities, our businesses that wear both a face mask and a face shield, they found that the transmission rates were significantly lower when a face shield was not on. The other reason is that the face shield is a protection for your face mask, and your eyes. Droplets can still get on your face mask. And by protecting that, we are keeping you safer from touching a contaminated mask and then touching your eyes and touching other objects. We also know that we do have employees right now that do wear a face mask and a face shield. It's required in the health office from the very beginning if you are working with children that are ill. We also provide face shields and a better quality face mask for our staff that work with students on a very close basis where they're needing some personal cares. So wearing both of them isn't foreign in our buildings, but that's the reason why it was initially required and why we still feel in our district it should still be required as a strong safety mitigation effort. Thank you.
I also want to share that districts and charter schools will receive additional masks and shields from the state, and school leaders must provide them to staff. There were face covering requirements under that last executive order 20-81 that remain in effect. David Lake, who is our director of operations, has reported that we have ordered our own face shields to provide for both elementary and secondary. And we will be sending 200 to each elementary school, approximately 400 to each secondary school, and also a supply to Diamond Head Education Center, River Ridge Education Center, and Burnsville Alternative High School. MDE, Minnesota Department of Education, and Minnesota Department of Health shared with nurses and superintendents that the state issued PPP is available for pickup today and tomorrow. It includes both face masks for students and staff. Also, the face shields available are leftover ones from fall, which were less quality. The better quality face shields manufactured by Anderson Windows will be available February 15th. So this is one of the reasons once there might be a change, we ordered our own. So we would make sure if by February 1st, bringing back elementary students, we would have the additional mitigation strategy of the PPE. Also, we have received updates about another additional vaccine, about the vaccines. So Dakota County has asked if our district is interested in partnering with them to offer a vaccine clinic. And then Bernie can give you a little bit more information about that. We are in a different tier after health professionals. And Bernie and Stephanie will give you more information about that. We have to have the first 1A completed before they will move on to educational staff in most cases. So Bernie, did you have anything to add before I turn it over to Brian Gersich for the presentation about the vaccines or the PPE at this time?
There is a slide in that presentation on vaccines. I can wait until then, or I can present it now. Which
you can wait until then.
Okay.
Okay. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Superintendent Brian Gersich and staff, who will share information about our plans to shift to a hybrid or in-person learning, distance learning plus, new mitigation strategies, as you just heard about, updates for Project Kids, PALS, Partners Achieving Learning Success, BYC, the Burnsville Youth Collaborative, transportation, food service, and athletics and activities. I will turn it over to, oh, excuse me. Please, I need to set some context first. Aaron, could you hold on thank you. So as some of you know, we did survey our staff, our parents, if they wanted to opt out. So I wanted to give you a little bit of context for this work before we get into the presentation. We did ask parents to let us know if they wanted to change their students' learning model choice for second semester, for instance, to go from the district's learning model hybrid, distance, or in person to virtual academy, which is the 100% online option. Many parents did request a change, and that means shifting class assignments, schedules, transportation, and much more, even if the net change was not overwhelming. Across all elementary schools, the net result for request was 125 students choosing the district model of in-person, hybrid or distance learning, and moving away from the virtual academy. At the middle school level, Virtual Academy saw a net increase of 28 students. At the high school, Virtual Academy saw a net increase of 34 students. So at the secondary level, more students are moving to 100% online, while at the elementary level, more students will be attending in person. And so as of January 11th, just wanted to give you some percentages of the different grade levels. So for grade 9, 12, we have about 40% in VA, choosing VA, stay with that. Hybrid in person, almost 60% at 59.42. Grade 6, 8 for Virtual Academy, 40.30%. Hybrid or in person, 59.7. For our K-5 Virtual Academy, 32.36%, and for hybrid in-person, 67.64%. And now I'll turn it over to Brian. Thank you so much for waiting, Brian and Aaron.
All right, I am, thank you very much. Chair Miller, I'm looking at you. Can you just thumbs up if you can hear me okay and you're seeing my screen? Thank you very much. And thank you, Chair Miller, Board of Directors and Superintendent Battle for this opportunity to talk through a lot of the work that's gone into planning shifts in learning models during the COVID-19 pandemic. When I say the learning models, there are 3 options that we were given by the state of Minnesota for different degrees of COVID-19 rates in our community. That would be full in-person, full distant learning, and a hybrid of the 2. And again, as outlined by Dr. Battle, we've got a presentation tonight that talks through a lot of some of the updates. So she's already kind of listed those off and I won't be redundant, but what we're going to start with is a little bit of a process and a review of what are we doing when we shift those different learning models. And so this is just kind of a summary of what I'm going to talk through, which is that process development and how we really worked to plan with partners and develop some common language to guide our process in preparing for and implementing shifts in those learning models, depending on rates of infection of COVID-19. We're going to talk a little bit about the process of what we've been planning for. We started the school year in hybrid. In November, based on increased cases for COVID, we switched to distant learning. And immediately after that, as you'll see through our presentation, we started planning for the eventual return to hybrid or in-person learning, depending on those rates. When we went into the fall with hybrid, we just had a feeling that when we were listening to public health experts, we were expecting spikes in COVID cases in the fall. We immediately began planning for what we saw as the potential inevitable, so we were ready to make those changes. And so that's where I say we're going to talk about the planning that we've been doing recently for that return by talking about some of those reflections of that first shift when we went from hybrid to distant learning and some of the complexities of the second move, as well as some of our next steps. What I want to point out is what I'm presenting to you is an implementation of a process. It's not about the why are we making those changes. Dr. Battle started to talk about that a little bit. And what I wanted to bring back, and board members who've been with us have seen our decision-making framework before. This was heavily used during our facilities planning process last year, but just in talking through the top portion of this framework. And again, this is just how decisions are made and implemented within our system. And when you think about the very top of this, we're here with the options team or the design team. That really was the Department of Education who continues to tell us what our options are: in-person learning, distant learning, and hybrid learning. And what Dr. Battle talked about before was how she gets voice, stakeholder voice, input from the community, her COVID advisory team, as well as other inputs that we get from the community, from teachers and staff and public and community members, that advise or consult on that decision. The choice maker, or the actual person making the decision as to which model we have, is Dr. Battle as our superintendent, as authority that was given to her by the school board. So it's really between Dr. Battle and the school board are the ones who actually choose which model we're going to go into. And again, we have guidance from the state of Minnesota, but it really was that resolution of the school board back in August that gave Dr. Battle the permission and the authority to make those decisions. After the decision is made to change, so when in November, Dr. Battle made the decision and recommended that we change to a distant learning model because COVID cases were rising, that's when district administration, operations, instructional staff, and all of our teams came together to implement and refine, to do that work. And this is, again, what the presentation is about, is how do we do that work? How are we prepared for those decisions that are made so that we can implement those changes in learning models? In reflecting this fall, things went really well. And I think a lot of our team were really pleased with how we did that very strategic and measured start to the school year. We like to think it went so well that the state stole our idea. And as they put in new parameters for the winter changes, this is really what they call their rolling start. We called it a strategic start, in that we brought various grade levels back in to make sure that we were prepared as we brought students back into the building this fall as a part of hybrid learning. In spite of how things went well, the team feedback really said, we know we can improve. And I just appreciate working with a team of people that always says, no matter how well things go, we can improve and we can continue to learn and do better. A part of that is really what we talked about as a team of partner planning, which you'll see layered throughout the work we've done from November to the more recent, or October, excuse me, versus parallel planning. And if those with children, you've heard about cooperative play versus parallel play. Working together with those blocks with two kids that are there building something together, or two kids that are maybe playing next to each other but aren't necessarily interacting with one another. And that's just kind of an analogy for, we really wanted to make sure this time around we were working better with our partners and working together to communicate. And that's a big part of what you're going to see through this process as well, is how we really tried to shore up our communication, particularly between departments. And this is where I just want to thank Dave Lake, a member of our operations team and a director of our buildings, grounds, transportation, and many other things, as well as Amina Aftadal, our director of curriculum instruction and assessment. They were what we were calling champions in this process, where Dave helped to make sure he was a champion and a spokesperson for our operations team. Amina through our instructional side, to make sure if anybody ever had a question, we're coming together to make sure that we're getting answers to those kinds of things. So again, thanking them for their work and their leadership through this process as well. What was also instrumental through our process was developing of some common language. And some of our current board members have heard this before, but we used an airplane or an air flight analogy through this process. And as we were planning, so when we began planning in October, well before making the shift to distant learning, we talked about developing pre-flight plans or pre-flight checklists. Those are all the things that we could do in advance. Don't wait for these things. Make a list of all the stuff we can do for that inevitable shift to distant learning from hybrid. Don't wait, start working on those things now. We're not going to wait for a decision. We're going to prepare for the decision so that we are not reacting. We're being a proactive team. Then we also developed our in-flight checklists, our in-flight plans. We only waited to do things that we had to wait to do. And so as an example, we knew that we were going to be having, what is my example? The class lists. When we were going to be shifting from our hybrid learning, we had smaller classes because of the need for social distancing. And when we were going to shift to distant learning, we knew that that was going to require some shifting of our class sizes. In the pre-flight process, it was really about identifying what are those class lists going to look like? What do our staffing changes look like? But an in-flight process was actually making those roll over into the computer system. And so we did everything we could on the front end and only waited for those things that had to. And then post-flight review was really afterwards reflecting what went well, what can we do better, and let's start planning for the next shift. When we made the shift to distant learning, the next week, we started planning for the eventual return. That shift to distant learning was really over a month of planning. We started in mid-October planning for the inevitable, and it was November before we made those shifts. It was a relatively smooth change. We got great feedback about the partnership and communication. I think our teams felt really good about how we worked together. Again, nothing went wrong in the summer, but these kinds of things went much better for us as we were communicating. We certainly had reflections that talked about how this was a stressful shift. It was a stressful time. COVID cases are going up. That in and of itself creates some anxiety. And those shifts, changing teachers, changing assignments, those things caused stress and anxiety throughout our system. It really helped our team realize the importance of leadership throughout that process, something we continue to talk about as we've been reflecting and moving forward too. Then as we began planning, again, shortly thereafter for that return to hybrid, we also knew that there were going to be additional complications as we were coming into this new semester. Enrollment, as Dr. Battle said on the front end, we asked our families in the summer to commit to one of those learning models. Did they want our virtual academy, full distant learning, or were they looking for the model that would shift with COVID cases, distant learning, hybrid, or full in-person? There was the opportunity to make some of those changes. And as Dr. Battle said, some of those net changes, like 125 students, I believe it was, that are changing from virtual academy to our in-person learning. We have master schedule changes in the middle school and high school, a rebuilt second semester schedule. We still utilized pre-flight, in-flight, and post-flight planning as a part of this process, but we added another layer this most recent turn, which is what we called our dependent items. A dependent item is something where we have a member of our team that has a task that can't begin until somebody else completes a task. And a big part of our work was to figure out what those were and backwards map from a target date of February 1st to return to learning so we could make sure we could get things done on time. So for example, as we were registering students for that second semester, we needed those to be completed so that principals could evaluate the potential changes to either cohorts or to our in-person and staffing so we could get that information to Dave Lake and the transportation team to redraw transportation routes. Dave needed a certain amount of time, so if he needed 3 weeks to draw those routes, we needed to backwards map for the principals to get him the class lists of who's going to need that transportation and who's coming in. So again, it was really a very concerted effort to identify and prioritize things based on dependent items or who had to get done work done in advance. So again, as soon as we made the shift to distant learning, we started meeting in early December to start creating those checklists. And we do have a level of confidence in our preparedness to be able to launch and be ready to go on February 1st, which is what we're talking about for that return to in-person learning. I'll talk more about that in just 1 second, but what you see also on the bottom of that slide is just the example of what a pre-flight checklist looked like for us. In the first column, you've got an identification of what is the item that needs to be done. Then you've got a description of that item, who is responsible or who is leading that process, as well as identifying partners or resources that are needed to complete that task. And as we've gone through this process, and we're on probably about our 7th meeting since October in doing these different things, one of our meetings was for every member of the group, 20 people coming to our planning meetings from various departments across our district, to read through all of those pre-flight lists. And every meeting we go through all of the dependent items to make sure we're all aware of what's there, who needs a partner and in which area, and just the general planning of backwards mapping and monitoring and maintaining our timelines. As we talk about part of that process, and again, I'll refer back to Dr. Battle talking about, it was January 6th that we asked our families to give their potential changes to our learning models, which started the conversation with principals about staffing changes and what it's going to look like to take that net 125 students that are shifting from virtual to in-person. And then it was a matter of taking a look at the models of what that's going to look like for elementary in-person. And so one of the things that we determined for that return is that, yes, we will have elementary students returning with that shift starting February 1st to 5 days a week of in-person, but maintaining the hybrid bell schedule. So that means in the hybrid model bell schedule, the students at 2:55 we're taking the buses home, and that last hour of the day was asynchronous learning for our specialists to provide instruction. There's a number of benefits to that as we look at that shift. Certainly, it limits the number of adults going into each of what we call the pods. Every classroom is a pod, and if we can limit the additional interactions within that, it helps ensure the safety of our adults as well as our students to limit and minimize some of that interaction. It supports a lot of the scheduling complexities like specialist instructional time, win time, teacher preparations, et cetera. Helps us maintain some of our transportation costs because we are also planning as a district for the return of our middle school and high school at some point to hybrid learning, which will bring in some transportation times and making sure that our start and dismissal times are maintained with a sense of distance so as not to lengthen some of those. It certainly allows some of our specialists to provide sub coverage when we have potential quarantines. When a teacher enters into a possible close contact or they themselves come down with COVID, that is an extended potential absence of 14 days that we need to plan for that sometimes can create some complexities with subs. It allows our targeted services to start and end on time, which is beneficial both for families, for those enrolled in targeted services, as well as the staffing pieces of those as well. And it is also going to offer us some opportunities for saliva testing for our adults. So again, many pieces to that information that just kind of became available. That's why you don't necessarily see these as a talking point in a slide, is because it was really an effort of developing some of that after we got the registrations in, as well as making sure that our principals were working with their leadership teams to gather feedback on what is this going to look like and how does this benefit. Last piece for me, and then I'll move on to the team with some of those other reports, is just kind of some of our next steps. Certainly after we make the shift, when we are done moving our elementary students to in-person and certainly preparing our middle school and high school, when COVID numbers permit that we can return them to hybrid, we will have our post-flight review. And when middle school and high school potentially shift to hybrid or in-person, there's two places they can go after that, depending on what COVID numbers look like. So we need to prepare for yet another shift, because after middle school, high school come into hybrid, if COVID numbers go up, they could be shifting back to distant learning. If COVID numbers go down, we could be shifting back to in-person. This is just a regular process that we're going to have to continue to go through. Certainly then monitoring health and safety and those numbers and our advisory teams to talk about what other things can we do. Again, in that description, it's implementation and refinement, and of course, continued communication throughout this process, which has been instrumental. At this time, I'm also going to do then is allow some members of our team to come forward. As indicated earlier by Bernie Bean, we've got some additional information on slides 2. And I'll invite Stephanie White.
Thank you, Brian. Good evening, board. Welcome new board members. Good evening, Superintendent Battle. I'm here tonight to give you an update on our Distance Learning Plus portion of our plan. We are calling Distance Learning Plus the opportunity for students who are really experiencing no benefit to distance learning or very little benefit to distance learning, under the right conditions, the opportunity to come back into school. And our first two lenses we look through is, of course, first, health and safety. And the second is the availability of staff to provide the services that the student is needing. We have been working on this plan since November and December, and then have circled back around with teams right after winter break. We have been trying to identify students who have intensive needs, who have the need for some targeted services. We're going to begin with very small numbers starting on the 19th and slowly rolling them in. We do provide transportation for them as they come in. Of course, it is health and safety is our top priority, and so we're making sure that we have all of our plans in place in order to do that. Many of the students that we're considering are students who receive special education, but this opportunity is not limited to those students. This is available to all of our students, and thankfully we have most students benefiting from distance learning. And so teams, IEP teams, individual education program teams, And then teams within the building are identifying who this would work best for. And with that, I'd like to hand it off to my partner in crime, Bernie Bean.
Thank you. So I get the pleasure of talking about these two new exciting mitigation strategies that became available to us with the new executive order and the update to the Safe Learning Plan. You know, saliva, and if I would redo this slide, I would already change the testing to screening. We are providing a saliva screening to employees. Screening is, the intent of a screening is to capture those asymptomatic positive COVID individuals. And a staff member that has symptoms or is seeking testing due to a close contact, they would be using our community sites for that. So a screening means they're healthy and we're ruling out whether they are asymptomatic positive. It is optional. The Safe Learning Plan also says that when a school declares hybrid or in person, that's when that can be rolled out to that site. So February 1st, we will start implementing the saliva screening on our elementary schools and our Diamond Head Education Center. Each building has formed a saliva screening team, and the LSN and the principal are doing the educational pieces to that team. We're getting all of our supplies. There's a lot of logistics we're still working out. We also will be providing this service, this optional service to our bus services, and they will be invited to come for the screening also. Vaccines, that is a rapidly changing piece also. But I have to say, I think what we're doing shows the strong partnership that we have with both Scott County and Dakota County. They have been amazing to work with, and they are really keeping us up to date on everything we need to know. When the two vaccines that are licensed under the emergency authorization use became available, part of the charge of CDC was to develop who is in those priority groups. And so they came up with some guidelines, and each state had to figure out how to implement those guidelines. Right now for Minnesota, there are 3 phases, and each phase has subgroups. Phase 1 really pertains to healthcare providers, long-term care residents. But that's a really broad term. So each phase has more subgroups. Right now, 1A, subgroup 3, has been opened up to include health service staff. We also learned that that definition of health service staff is expanding a little bit and will include, hopefully soon, our saliva testing, our saliva screening teams in our buildings. Last week, half of our school nurses, our school health service staff, received their first dose from Scott County, and next week, the rest of them will receive their first dose. Something as far as 1B and schools, they're in the next phase. Also with schools is the general group of adults over the age of 75. MDH is still detailing out what those sub-priority groups are, but my understanding is school is high in that subgroup. So more details will come when we know those, and Stephanie and I have been quickly rolling out that information and giving those invites to the people that need those invitations to sign up for vaccination. Something new on the MDH website is the vaccine data dashboard, and that will let you know how many individuals completed 1 dose, how many have completed both doses, how many doses are being shipped to Minnesota. I was pleasantly surprised today when I looked at it, because yesterday there were 7,000 Minnesota residents that completed the whole series, and today it doubled. So our counties, our state are working really hard to get that vaccine out to everybody that wants it. That's what I have.
We have Lisa Ryder, Executive Director of Business Services, that will cover areas of her responsibility.
Thank you, and welcome to all new board members. Thank you to our current board members and Superintendent Battle for the opportunity to also share on our Project Kids, PALS, and BYC. As you can see on the slide included here, it's a pretty detailed information slide of what people can expect. Our Project Kids program has been functioning at our Marion W. Savage Elementary and Sioux Trail Elementary locations. And when we transition, there are 3 days in which those 3 days, 2 of them are going to be for them to move back into the elementary schools. And one of those days we will still remain open for childcare. So you can see that on January 27th. Once we reach February 1st, and our plan is right now until the end of the school year, our Project Kids childcare will continue to provide care for the K through 2nd grades and will be open at each of the elementary schools before and after school. At Project Kids will provide during the dates of February 1st through the 12th, the care for grades 3 through 5 at the Marion W. Savage Elementary and Sioux Trail Elementary locations. February 15th until this end of the school year, then all grades K through 5 would be cared for at the elementary schools before and after school. Our Project Kids summer programs would plan to begin June 16th through August 27th. We also have a PALS and BYC programming that exists and is planned to be running through May 5th on Tuesdays and Wednesdays for our K through 5 PALS program. And our grades 6 through 8 BYC program would run through May 5th as well on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. The times are to be determined just because they will follow after the school hours, and we wanted to make sure we understood those times first before publishing them. Currently, we have 351 students enrolled in PALS and the BYC programming. And from there, I will invite the next slide to be covered by Dave Lake, Operations, Properties, and Transportation Director.
Good evening, Dr. Battle, Board Chair Miller, and all of the new board members. We've received great feedback from families regarding learning model choices for second semester. With changes in MDH health guidance, we have increased bus capacities. I must note in the last week alone, these numbers have changed from what you're seeing before you. Full-size buses will be set at a capacity of 45, and type A or small buses will be set at 10. We'll keep the first 2 seats behind the driver and the first seat opposite the bus driver open. Routes are created primarily on 2 criteria, and that's elementary in-person learning numbers and maximizing our current bus fleet. Although we have determined capacities, we're also working to keep buses as safe as possible by evenly distributing students and keeping numbers more conservative. You can expect on all buses that we will be prioritizing health and safety. Face masks will be provided, roof hatch and windows cracked open for ventilation, as well as cleaning and disinfecting between routes. Assigned seats and attendance will be taken by district staff, and District 191 will also review bus routes each week with the goal of creating as much space between riders as possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. I will also now speak to our food services programs. As we move into this planning, it's quite the challenge to consider serving not only our students who will be in person at elementary level, but also the curbside needs for our community in general. As you see, free meals will continue to be available for children ages 1 through 18 through the summer food service program, which is unique for this school year, and we're appreciative of that. Weekly, we have our curbside meal pickup at Eagle Ridge Middle School, Nicollet Middle School, and we will be moving that to Sioux Trail Elementary from the Ron location on Wednesdays. It will be from 11 to 12:30 p.m. for those distance learners. This would take place as we transition into the in-person at the elementary level. We do have some home delivered meals that will continue for those that may have some medical or transportation needs. And if that is an issue for you or your family, please know you can always call and we can arrange for that coverage. So that is something that is available to all community members. Due to the weather, I will just mention that as a note for tomorrow, that we instead packaged enough food to get families through Monday, which allows for that to take place. But for tomorrow's curbside, that will be canceled for buses. And if you need food for the weekend and are not able to get, we're not able to get it today, please just feel free to contact us at our main office here, extension 2080. That concludes our discussion of food service. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple more slides here. Dr. Battle had already mentioned this earlier about our athletics and activities, which did return to participation and practice on January 4th. We certainly continue to monitor COVID data. We do have a committee, and for newer board members or those who want to just review from the public, back at the November 12th board meeting, our activities director, Jay Lepper, as well as our athletic director, Guillaume Pack, did present that dial system, so there's a better understanding of what goes into that. But on Thursdays, when that new COVID data comes out from Department of Health that shares all of the county numbers and cases per 10,000, that team meets. That team is made up of health representatives, district administrators, and site level administrators to make a determination and recommendation as to where we set those dials. That team did meet again today, and starting next week have established those dials at a 5 for our activities, which basically means full participation. They are fully participating in games and events right now, but that also means that we have a limited number of spectators, which comes down to essentially 2 per participant in events. And so again, that dial setting starting on Monday is the recommendation of that group. The last thing I will say before thanking the board is just in general, kind of as we go through this process, I want people to understand, my appreciation for this entire team and the work together, but we've really had to make things adaptable as we go through. MDE guidance and Department of Health guidance changes repeatedly. And over the course of 10 days from when MDE had put out some guidance, there were 8 to 10 changes in that. And just in this presentation alone, Bernie Bean talked about one, Dave Lake talked about one. I know all members of our team could talk about them. So just understanding when the public comes in and says, why might things change or otherwise, they change on us frequently just within the guidance, much less the information that we're talking about and the complexities of a lot of the changes that we've been making. So with that, I thank the board for this opportunity to present, and I will turn it back to Chair Miller for determining next steps.
Thank you, Superintendent Battle, Assistant Superintendent Kursich, Ms. Bean, Ms. Ryder, and Mr. Lake for your presentation this evening. We will open it up for board comments and questions. I'd ask you if you could please to use the raise hand function within Zoom. If you don't know you're doing that yet, feel free to actually raise your hand and that would be fine. Anybody have any comments or questions for the presentation? Dr. Hume has his hand raised. Please speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, good. I changed the earbuds, so hopefully this will help now. I had a couple of questions. My first is, I think for Stephanie, you had talked about the Distance Learning Plus program and saying that there are students that are being identified who need additional support. And you mentioned some special ed students were in that category, but I was curious how other students are being identified as being eligible for this particular program.
Good question. We've worked with teams and worked with our neighboring districts to come up with a screening tool that we use. There's a series of 7 questions that we use to help identify who those kids are. And again, I want to say, our teachers are amazing, our students and families are amazing, and we have very few kids who start with no benefit. But because this is requires lots of detail and lots of service, we're starting with those kids who are identified who have very little benefit to distance learning, and then working with their families and the teams in the school to see what we can do to improve that. Because families do have the opportunity to keep their kids home, it just opens up that conversation to work as a team to figure out how we can give, all kids better access. But we have a series of 7 questions that starts with that and then goes on to, if they're experiencing homelessness or transitional home, housing, if they have health and medical conditions that prevent them from coming into the school and so on. They're pretty universal questions that we're using across the area.
Okay, thank you. I was just concerned that I think we've all seen stories in the news of concerns from schools across the country that students may be slipping through the cracks. And so I was just curious what we are doing to make sure that's not happening. So
And
thank you.
Yeah, well, and just to say again, we ask those questions too, just using the same wording. Who are the kids that are falling through the cracks? Who do we not know is there? And those numbers, to the credit of our staff, are very, very small. And even though we haven't seen them for days and days and days, the teams are still implementing strategies to try and locate those. And we get contacted by districts around the state. I personally get contacted by the state around the state, probably 2 or 3 a day. Social workers reaching out, trying to help us locate kids. If kids are living in our district and are attending somewhere else, we're helping them do well family checks or well student checks, and then they would do the same for us there. So it's a huge effort happening, I think, across the state.
Definitely. Thank you. I have 2 more questions, if I may. Bernie, I know you said this, but could you re-explain the difference between saliva testing and saliva screening? I didn't quite fully grasp what the difference was between the 2.
Testing means it's a diagnostic procedure. Somebody has symptoms, they're going to have a diagnosis. Screening means we're just there's no symptoms, so it's just a general screening, like we would do like a hearing screening. We're not doing it for somebody that we know has a hearing loss. We're doing a general screening.
Thank you. And then my last question is for, I guess this is probably for Brian, but it could really be for anybody, and that's, the school year is halfway over, and I applaud everyone on this call for all the incredible work that has been done in the first half of the school year. But I get my question is, what do you think are some of the things that you've learned in this first half of the school year that can be applied to help the second half of the school year perhaps go even more smoothly in spite of all the ongoing uncertainties?
Yeah, that's a complicated question. I'll certainly invite others to kind of jump in as well. A big part of what I'm here describing that I would say about it is process, related. There's a lot of things about this process that we've continued to learn. And I will say, not just taking us forward through COVID, but just taking us into the future. There's been a lot of collaboration that has improved as a part of what we've been doing as a part of the concerted effort. And when I say that, I mean really breaking down department by department and creating teams and partnerships. As we talked about before, partnership planning versus parallel planning. And so I know that might not be, the interesting result when it comes down to what are we learning about educational opportunities and things, because certainly I was talking earlier today with Rachel Gorton about how there's certain things we've learned about in the use of technology from an instructional perspective that we'll never go back on, that we might not have ever discovered if not for all of the things that we've gone through. But again, really because of just where my mind is as a part of this process, I fully expect that we're going to have a team in District 191 that works together like we never have before because of how we've learned through this process. And we've talked about kind of even just our common language, well, it's also common planning, and we start to know who our partners are even better for certain things. And I just have been really pleased with the communication that's happened, and again, those partnerships that have been forced. So not forced, excuse me, developed and created. Forced is such a negative connotation word there. People have willingly come to the table to develop these things. And so again, I'm not sure if others want to talk about the different perspectives of what's been learned, but that's kind of where I would go with that question based on tonight.
I would add to that the two things that the collaboration that's happening that we're seeing, the communication around that, and include our community and our families in that. You know, we've had to come together to tables and created just such a great dynamic team for the betterment of students and their learning. And so it's very powerful. It's very effective. When you get a dynamic team with multiple perspectives coming around, considering that whole child, there's really great things happening for kids.
If I could also just share perspective instructionally, the collaboration instructionally with technology and through the leadership of Rachel Gordon, we have really been able to make leaps and bounds of how we use technology as a tool to enhance our instruction. And as we move forward next year, we will use those enhancements in a variety of ways. Our staff is also learning to take down the barriers of the brick and mortar, be able to expand and use our time and our space differently to reach out and group students in different ways and connect students and teachers in different ways. And so that's part of the long-term gains that I think we've learned, and using some of those tools to the benefit of our students and how to really look at delivering services in multiple ways.
That's
Excellent.
fantastic. Thank you.
Excellent. And before I proceed, Ms. White, please accept my apologies for my oversight and not recognizing your contribution to this presentation. I see that Director Alt has her hand raised. Please feel free to proceed.
Thank you. Yes, I always appreciate this report because it's never dull, it's never the same. It's similar. And I always learn something from all of you. One thing that I did, I wanted to make sure didn't get lost in the shuffle is the guidance from MDE and how it changes regularly. And, you know, I know that for our families, sometimes, you know, there might be frustration or confusion over how and why the changes are being made and with what timing, but it really is, you know, Dr. Battle and her staff reacting as best as possible to those changing guidelines and simply doing their best to, you know, to serve our students. Two questions. Dave, I think one question for you. You had mentioned cleaning the buses in between rides. Is that something that our custodians do, or is that something that the bus drivers do?
That is something that the bus drivers do, Schmitty & Sons. So in between each route, they either on site or depending upon the time of day and the time of the route, they'll bring it back to the shop and they wipe down the seats, and then they use something similar to what our district uses, disinfectant sprayer, and fog the buses for the disinfectant portion, but they take care of that.
Awesome, thank you. And then I guess just thinking logistically, and I'm not sure, probably this goes to Brian, in terms of coordinating activities and knowing that each district has its own, I imagine, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but each district probably has its own setting, dial setting. And so how do we know as our families are going from place to place and we have other families coming here, you know, how do they know that they're actually going to be able to attend?
Yeah, good question. You are correct in that while a lot of our partners in the conference have shared the dial system and have very similar ones, our numbers aren't the same, our approaches aren't the same, strategic and measured as opposed to maybe more aggressive in some different communities. I will say to Guillaume Pack, who's our athletic director, who is regularly communicating with the high school league and with our conference neighbors, have a great communication system. And so again, when you look at it from the perspective of, we initially set our dials for this week based on last week's information at a 4, meaning that we did not have spectators to start our events. That was communicated with Mr. Pack to those opponents that we had through our coaches as well as through our ADs to make sure people realized what are our expectations. Because to your point too, even though we may have spectators, our entrance procedures might be different. And I will say that those, when we do have spectators, all members of our conference right now, I believe, are following the same system in that our spectators have to be pre-screened, pre-approved. Those names and lists are created before people show up. So the process to get those names added so we know who's attending those events is all done in advance. So there's a lot of work and communication that happens through the conference as a part of that process to make sure that we all know, not just our spectators allowed, but what are the rules when we enter, depart, which doors are we coming in, which doors are we going out? All of those kinds of things are different mitigation efforts during crowd control kinds of events.
Great, thank you. It's a lot. Well, I think, yep, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions or comments for the presenters this evening? Okay, well, I don't have any questions, but I just want to continue the observation of the amount of heavy lifting that's gone into everything that you guys have accomplished this year. It's, you know, you have to remember under every bullet point, there's endless meetings and teams of people working on things and across the district. So my hat's off to all of you and everyone that's working so hard on this in our district. Thank you. All right, we will now move to the student representative report section of our meeting. Our student representative, Milkami Adisu, you may step forward to the microphone, so to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Welcome.
Hello, board. Settling back into an academic mode after our winter break has been seemingly easy for many BHS students. However, recent events at the Capitol have left students concerned and distracted from the daily class routine. But amazing teachers like Ms. Millay, who teaches my CAS literature class, and Mrs. Coleman, who teaches my CAS American Government and Politics class, have made it their mission to create a safe space for students to voice their frustrations and worries. These teachers have really emphasized the importance of discussion, especially on topics that concern the threat against Black lives and American lives in general. Every day, us BHS students continue to challenge the systems put into place with the intent to diminish the prosperity of minorities in America. And we are extremely lucky to have uplifting and attentive teachers that care for our thoughts and feelings. Additionally, BHS seniors had a quick senior meeting this past Tuesday discussing the college process and graduation. Our seniors are actively working with counselors and teachers to create a stable life after high school. Though we wish we could be back in classrooms and receiving a diploma on stage in person, we are just grateful and excited to be working for a life outside of high school. That is all for my report. Thank you.
Thank you. And you did an excellent job. Next time I would actually encourage you to shout out your presentation. You were a little low, but otherwise excellent job. Sometimes we have to speak a little bit louder in these environments. Now we will move to the portion of our meeting for the superintendent report. Dr. Battle, I will turn it over to you for your report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Miller and members of the board. Tonight, I would like to talk about two different topics, but the focus is the same for both topics, our students. First, I want to celebrate our students and their incredible commitment to serving others, even during a global pandemic. In December, Youth Services Coordinator Courtney Floback shared with me that 109 students at Burnsville High School had volunteered more than 2,000 combined hours of service since June 1st. That service has qualified 12 of our students for national awards through the Interview Impact Awards program, 5 of whom are contenders for the Presidential Service Award. In her message to me, Ms. Flowback shared how incredibly proud she is of these students and how they inspire her. Well, they inspire me too. So often, especially when things are difficult, we just need to look at our students and be reminded of why we do what we do. The awesome responsibility and amazing privilege that we have as an education community. When I hear about their commitment to service, I know we're on the right path. Secondly, I want to talk briefly about the message I sent out following last week's attack on the U.S. Capitol, and especially about the responses I received from staff and community members. I want to truly thank those who wrote in to share their thoughts with me, whether they felt the same as me or if they disagreed. I believe wholeheartedly in the importance of dialogue. I learn from others, and hearing their voices helps me better understand our community members' experiences, and that informs my thinking and my decision making. And that's important because at the end of the day, this is not about me. I've learned from the feedback, it is about our students. Thankfully, I was fortunate enough to hear from some of our students too, following last week's event. As Milka May shared, students experienced that and wanted some time to express their feelings and to unpack it. So several students contacted me too. So there were a group of students who sent an email with their reactions and with some requests. They made it clear that the events of the past year have been incredibly difficult for them as they deal with a global pandemic, the social isolation that comes with it, social unrest, a contentious election, and now an attack on our country's capital. These things are causing stress, but that stress is not being mitigated, they shared with me. In their words, what they need is not to hear that everything is going to get better. What they need from us is time, guidance, and the opportunity to process their emotions. So I'm so grateful to everyone who shared their thoughts with me, especially our students, because when they tell us what they need, we must listen. And that concludes my report for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Battle. We will now move to the board member reports section of our meeting. For our new members joining us this evening, this section of the regular monthly meetings is reserved for board members to report on activities they may have engaged in the district, such as visiting a school or attending an event or something of that nature. We reserve this same spot every other meeting for committee reports. So if you're on a committee, you will be asked to, the chair of the committee will be asked to give a report. So board member reports. Are there any board members that would have information they'd like to report on this evening?
I have a report.
Director Hume.
Yes, so Foundation 191 had its monthly meeting on Tuesday, January the 12th. Just a few updates from that meeting. Final scholarship disbursements from last year are still happening. And then the 2021 scholarship application will be launching on February the 1st. They are planning an announcement that should go out to all students the week before the applications are launched. And on an even more positive news front, they even have some new scholarship opportunities that are opening up this year. So they are excited about that. Also, the foundation is exploring some COVID-friendly options for an outdoor event or other type of fundraiser later this spring, but obviously nothing has been decided yet. And then the last part of the update is that the foundation's annual organizational meeting will be at their next meeting on February the 9th. And this concludes my report.
Are there any other board members that wish to make a report this evening? Very well. Hearing none, this will conclude the informational section of our meeting this evening, and we will now move to the business meeting portion of our meeting. beginning with our consent agenda. Although board action is required, it is generally unnecessary to hold discussion on these items. In the event a board member wishes to discuss an item, that item will be moved for separate consideration. I'll ask at this point if there is any board members that wish to move an item for separate consideration. Hearing none, I will take a motion for the consent agenda.
So moved.
I'm sorry, who was that? And second, please.
Second.
Okay, motion moved by Director Alt and seconded by Director Werb. I will open, nope, we've talked, no discussion. So, Ms. Kenny, will you please call the roll?
Connor,
Can't quite hear you, Ms. Kenny.
Aye. Aye.
Hume,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Said,
Aye.
Werb,
Aye.
Alt,
Aye.
Chester.
Aye.
Excellent. The motion passes unanimously. Now we will move to new business. The first item being approve the secondary course catalog. Dave Helke, principal of our high school, will be making the presentation. Mr. Helke, welcome.
Thank you, and good evening, Chair Miller. Good evening, Superintendent Battle and members of the Board of Education. First of all, thank you so much for the opportunity to come before you to present the changes to the high school catalog for next school year. This is a great example of, despite the pandemic, our work, the work of so many of our staff is continuing and is focused on making sure that we provide opportunities that our students can engage in some high quality learning in 191. So I'm excited to share with you some of the additions and the changes to the handbook. For those of you that have heard this for many years, this is actually kind of a small list this year. But I will go through it and highlight some of the major pieces for all of you. And then the recommendation is that the Board of Education approve the additions, deletions, and changes to the 2021-22 high school course catalog as noted below. So first additions, there are two new courses that we are adding in our pathways. One is Advanced Manufacturing Design and Fabrication, and that is in addition to the Design, Engineering, and Manufacturing pathway. That actually course is evolving from a grant that the district received from the Department of Trade and Industry. It was a grant that allows schools to create work-based type opportunities. And so this course is a combination of on-site learning and then opportunities for students to go out and, or if we're in a pandemic situation like this, at least virtually have some experiences and connect with our business partners. And so we are excited that that course is going to be offered for the first time, and it will be an additional way that students can use the technology that's available in our fabrication lab here at the high school. Another new course is Inver Hills Community College, Introduction to Criminal Justice. This is actually an Inver Hills Community College course. The colleges have a lot of online courses that are available now. And so this is an actual online course. We had one of these a couple of years ago in political science. And so students can enroll. It's a concurrent enrollment course that they can get credit, college credit, and they can get high school credit. And then they actually are with one of our teachers. And so there's a teacher that can actually assist and provide supplemental instruction as they're working through the online course through the college. And this is a great addition to our Health and Human Services pathway. And this is one area that counselors have said students have brought up in the past. So we're expecting that we will have some interest in this new course offering for the coming year. And then there were changes made to 9th grade science, and those changes are a result of changes in the state standards. The old standards were much more concentrated on physical science in 9th grade, and the new standards that have come out really shift that focus to earth science. So all of our physical science courses have been replaced now with earth science courses. That change actually took effect for this year. It just was a decision that came after I came with the course catalog last January. In terms of deletions, I just mentioned we're getting rid of physical science, replacing it with earth science. And then the only other thing that's being deleted from the catalog is dual ranking. Dual ranking was something that came back in the early 2000s, early to mid 2000s. And it was a system that was put in place similar to weighted grading to provide kind of another measure of student success based on class rank or based on GPA. And we've really honestly over the past several years, it really has not been a system that's been in place. We haven't had any inquiries for it. It's a system that manually has to be done with our new student information system. And the conversation and discussion simply came to the point of colleges, and especially now through the pandemic, are really moving to much more holistic systems of admissions. The emphasis that is put on GPA and class rank is not nearly as intense as it was in the past. Many colleges now are really taking a much closer look at your actual coursework, the rigor of that coursework, and really taking a look at experiences that students have outside of their classes. Dr. Battle had mentioned volunteering and just participation in different organizations. And so it feels like it's the right time to say it's not really a relevant measure anymore. It's not being asked for or used by our families. And if you do talk to college admissions counselors, they would say that dual ranking and weighted grades, many times they undo that anyway when they're looking at student applications because they want to level the playing field. And so that is the one other deletion out of the catalog in addition to physical science. And then under the change section, I will just highlight the excitement of being able to bring CIS back into some of our advanced placement courses. And so we will again be offering CIS and AP in American History, Government, Economics, and Calculus. And then also just some changes in some of our sections in the general information to align actual practice with what's in the course catalog. And so those are what's being changed. I always also like to mention things that are on the docket or that are being talked about or in planning stages. One of the courses that has come up as a possible future addition to one of our pathways is cybersecurity. There's really, in the world of information technology, that is one of the fastest growing sectors. And so don't be surprised if in one of these coming years that cybersecurity is a new course that is being recommended. And then we also have a team of math teachers working on creating we're calling it Algebra 1.5. I don't know if that's actually going to be the name of the course when it's developed, but recognizing the need that we have students that come out of 8th grade that are taking Algebra 1 that haven't quite reached that level of mastery with Algebra 1 concepts. Then they come into the high school in 9th grade, take geometry, and then are expected to go into Algebra 2 when they're in 10th grade. And so they come out of 8th grade not quite mastering all those algebraic concepts. Then they move away from algebra for that year in geometry, and then they come and take Algebra 2. And so this is an attempt to provide some type of a course experience for those students so that as they're taking geometry, they're also having a chance to really go back and relearn and master some of those algebra concepts that are going to be critical for their success when they take their math in 10th and 11th grade. And so there's, like I said, there's a team of math teachers that currently is actually looking and working on that. And depending upon their progress, that might be something that some students are identified for and that we would provide as an option starting as early as next fall. So with that, again, the recommendation is that the Board of Education approve the additions, deletions, and changes to the 21-22 high school course catalog as noted below. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Halke. May I have a motion on the recommendation in front of us?
So moved.
And may I have a second?
Second.
Motion has been moved by Director Hume and seconded by Director Chester. I will open it up for discussion from the board. Director Alt has indicated that by using the raise hand in Zoom that she'd like to speak. Go ahead, please, Director Alt.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank Principal Halke. Thank you for bringing this forward. And I know that there were relatively few changes, but this is always an undertaking, I'm sure, for you and your team. So thank you for that. Would you be able to elaborate a little bit more on the recommended changes on prerequisites, that language?
For prerequisites for the math classes, or?
The language that replaced successful completion with.
Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah. So that was one of those changes to kind of reflect practice that if a student does not successfully complete geometry in 9th grade, that doesn't mean that they cannot continue on to take Algebra 2 in 10th grade. Many times students will take credit recovery or take a course in the summer. And so we just felt that saying prior completion of wasn't really what the practice was, or the prior completion or successful completion wasn't really what the practice was. The practice was prior enrollment in. So just the math has a sequence, and so we follow that sequence. But if a student doesn't successfully complete a semester, that does not mean that they can't enroll in the next course. So that's why that change was made. And I do want to acknowledge, and I forgot as I got excited presenting the changes, that yes, there are a lot of people involved in this work. I mean, I'm lucky to be able to present it, but a huge thanks goes out to Aaron's team, who actually puts the catalog together. Barb Sensi, one of my clerical workers, who spent many hours proofing a lot of detail in the catalog, and then our department chairs and others who constantly are looking and reviewing their courses and making this a complete project.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any other questions or comments from directors? And I will, again, just reiterate to new members, if you're not comfortable figuring out the raise hand function in Zoom, just feel free to give me some indication you'd like to speak. I'm happy to let you speak. Okay, not seeing any more discussion. Ms. Kenny, will you please call the roll?
Hume,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Said,
Aye.
Werb,
Aye.
Alt,
Aye.
Chester,
Aye.
Connor.
Aye.
Excellent. The resolution, or the recommendation in front of us, passes unanimously. Next, we will move to the next portion of our new business section, approve adopting a resolution relating to special school board election and calling the school district special election, with Lisa Ryder, Executive Director of Business Services, presenting. Lisa, you may take the microphone.
Thank you, Chair Miller. Can you hear me? Thank
Yes,
you.
we may. You do.
Okay, so this resolution is to call the special election that must be adopted at least 74 days before the election. The period for filing affidavits of candidacy for the office of school board member of Independent School District 191 shall begin at 8 a.m. on July 27th, 2021, and shall close at 5 p.m. on August 10th, 2021. It is necessary for the school district to hold its special election for the purpose of electing one school board member to fill the remainder of a 4-year term terminating on the first Monday of January 2023. With that, the recommendation is that the Board of Education approves adopting a resolution relating to the special school board election and calling the school district special election.
Thank you. May I have a motion for the resolution in front of us?
I move.
And a second?
A second.
Thank you. Motion has been moved by Director Chester and seconded by Director Connor. I will open it up for discussion and questions. I'm not seeing any discussion or questions, so we will proceed to the vote. Ms. Kenny, will you please call the roll?
Miller,
Aye.
Said,
Aye.
Werb,
Aye.
Alt,
Aye.
Chester,
Aye.
Connor,
Aye.
Hume.
Aye.
And the motion passes unanimously. Next, we will move on to approve on a first reading basis changes to policy 613, graduation requirements, and policy 616, school district system accountability. Presenting will be Amina Afadal, Director of Curriculum, Instruction, and Assessment. Welcome, Amina.
Thank you, Director Miller, Superintendent Battle, and members of the board. I'm presenting to you these two policies, 613 with the graduation requirement updates that were discussed in the first reading to update according to legislative and regulatory changes, as well as identifying some language that needed to be cleared. So no significant changes, but there have been some minor language changes. That has not changed since the first reading. And policy 616, which is the systems accountability, there were no significant changes from the first reading, simply some corrections that were made as called out by the board. So it is my recommendation that you accept these and approve these policies.
Excellent. I will take a motion for the recommendation to approve on a first reading basis changes to policy 613 graduation requirements and 616 school district system accountability. May I have a motion?
So moved.
And a second, please.
Second.
Show that the motion was moved by Director Hume and seconded by Director Werb. Any discussion or comments? Nope. Very well. Seeing none. Ms. Kenny, will you please call the roll?
Said,
Aye.
Werb,
Aye.
Alt,
Aye.
Chester,
Aye.
Connor,
Aye.
Hume,
Aye.
Miller.
Aye. And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, so that concludes the section of our regular scheduled board meeting for this evening. With the rules applied for COVID, I will adjourn us without a motion and end the regular scheduled meeting. We will be adjourning to a workshop where we will be discussing some additional items in workshop format. Before proceeding to that part of the meeting, I will give us about a 10-minute break so everybody can get up and stretch their legs a bit. Let's say that we return here in, well, let's just call it at 8:30 on the nose, a little bit more than 10 minutes. Very well. You may leave your camera on or whatever you wish to do in there.
Aaron or Jamie, would you like to mute everyone, please?
Teresa? I don't have the ability to mute, but Aaron does.
Okay, Aaron needs to mute. I hear some dog barking in the back. Just wanted to make sure Milko May is not staying.
Don't think I see her in the participant list.
Thanks, I'm just scrolling now. Just wanted to double check. Okay.
Yeah, good idea. Okay, I'm going to bring us back together and we will move to tonight's workshop discussions. For the benefit of the listening and viewing audience and our new board members, board workshops are intended as a less structured environment where discussion and interaction will occur on specific topics. We do not take action on anything in a workshop, but typically give direction to Dr. Battle and or her staff to get ready for an action at a further formal board meeting. In the spirit of the sort of less formal environment, I will encourage you to just kind of speak up and jump into the conversation, board members, as you have questions pertaining to the discussion. We will begin with a presentation on each section, and the first topic we will be discussing is online school application. Tonight's presenter will be Rachel Gordon, our Director of Technology. Welcome, Ms. Gordon, to the microphone.
Thank you very much. First of all, I just want to apologize. I know my video is very dark, so I'm not sure what's going on. It's one of those things where I've been trying to troubleshoot it and haven't solved it yet. So I apologize for that. But I hope that the information that I share tonight is not so dark. It's nice and light and has a lot of future and potential. So I am going to start sharing my screen. So just give me 1 second here while I pull that up. And thank you for the thumbs up on that. I do have some slides and I do have some kind of prepared comments as we go through. So I will start with just kind of going through things with certainly lots of questions at the end. But I just want to say good evening, Chair Miller, board members, and Superintendent Battle. My name is Rachel Gordon, and I'm the Director of Technology here, and I would say for our absolutely excellent school district. Tonight, I'm here to share our planning process and the current status of our Minnesota Department of Education application to become a permanent online learning provider. Tonight will be an informational report that will share the mission, goals, and structures for a permanent virtual academy in 191. At the next board meeting on January 28th, we will ask for your approval for our application. Your board approval is a requirement of the application process and will initiate our formal application to Minnesota Department of Education. Tonight's information will showcase how our online school aligns to our vision and district mission. We will do a high-level overview of MDE's application requirements and our work to meet those criteria. We will examine how our evolution of distance learning has prepared us for a permanent online school, and we will take a look at the timeline and the next steps in the process. Last spring, on the afternoon of Sunday, March 15th, Dr. Battle called together a group of district leaders to respond to Governor Walz's executive order. At the time, we did not know how long, nor did we grasp how disruptive the following months would be. New language came into commonplace, things like distance learning, hybrid learning, bandwidth, and statements such as, "You're on mute." In the past 10 months, we have been exposed to a multitude of barriers that we have found from our students. Things like housing insecurities, food insecurities, lack of quality internet connections, and complex family structures. I believe this experience over the last few months has opened our eyes to wider realities for our students, families that they face each day. We have also seen successes and connections being made in new ways. We have seen innovation and creativity, joy, and community evolve using new technologies, new methods, and bringing new perspectives. Discussions around becoming an online school provider predates COVID-19. However, the experiences and lessons learned from COVID-19 certainly accelerated the process. 5 months ago, at the August 6th, 2020 board meeting, we presented our vision and desire to develop the virtual academy into a permanent option for our students and families. At that time, we were modifying our lessons learned from the spring and summer to launch this year's virtual academy, which was mandated for all Minnesota schools. Through parent and student feedback, we have learned that online learning has been a positive experience for many. We know that a full-time online school is not for everyone, and we are definitely looking forward to having our students back in our buildings as soon as possible. We also know that students and families have reported positive experiences in our online offerings. Today's proposal is about creating a permanent, comprehensive, and supplemental ISD 191 online school that will provide students and families with a choice for an online academic and social experience. That choice may be one high school course taken online, or it may be attending our online school 100% of the time. We have been in conversation with MDE representatives to help guide us in our planning. One important goal for MDE is that Minnesota online schools are unique and bring a distinct offering that is not the same as the other online providers. MDE representatives have expressed excitement for our online school vision and how our college and career pathways will develop. With that in mind, a district-wide team has been meeting and brainstorming with what our online school could look like. In the spirit of 2020, we have had incredibly creative and out-of-the-box ideas shared, which drove a spirit of possibility. We landed on doubling down on equity and our nationally recognized college and career pathways. These will be the anchors for our permanent online school. In August, we shared our two-stage approach. Task 1 was focused on providing quality online learning for our current school year. Task 2 is our focus tonight. Our goal is to have online opportunities available for students and families who choose to continue with online learning next year. We are using our Distance Learning 2.0 plans as our base and are continuously gathering feedback and data to ensure those things that made us successful are incorporated into our planning, and those things needing growth are addressed. We also know that the world will be different in September 2021, and certainly will be in future years. Some of the limitations and struggles this year have not been about distance learning, but about how our society has had to adapt and adjust to a global pandemic. Our online school will be designed for our post-pandemic world. Our Pathways model uses Spark, Fuel, and Blaze for each grade band. As with our in-person classes, how students experience the pathways will differ depending on the student's grade. Online elementary school students will have a full-time online learning opportunity aligned with our pathways and will allow our youngest scholars to explore a variety of themes and topics. Through embedded experiences and targeted exposure to all 4 pathways, our online elementary students will have a comprehensive learning experience that is based on the Minnesota academic standards. They will also learn about the world through music, computer programming, virtual field trips to theaters and zoos, and project-based activities designed to spark new curiosities. Online middle school students will also have a comprehensive option. Our online middle school students are in a time of great discovery of who they are and of the world. We know middle school students thrive when their unique social emotional needs and young adolescent culture is supported. Our middle school pathways alignment is designed around learning, leadership, and culture. Whether in person or through our online school, middle school students will engage in these areas to explore academic interests, develop their leadership skills, and engage in strategic social emotional growth and support. We are also exploring potential supplemental online options such as math in the middle school. High school students will have the options for supplemental courses or comprehensive online learning. Currently, many ISD 191 students take online courses such as Phy-Ed or Health through other online service providers. Our goal is to provide flexibility and options for students so they can stay right here in 191. Supplemental courses would be one or more of the students' courses taken in a completely online format. The comprehensive option would provide 100% of the students' courses online. In addition to core and critical courses, high school students in our online school will have the opportunity to engage in our arts, communication, and information technology pathway courses. We identified the arts, communication, and information and technology pathway because we believe it provides a smooth transition to online learning. We are also excited to think about how our other pathways may be adapted and consider online only pathway options for new and emerging opportunities. The ISD 191 school will be created and supported solely by ISD 191 staff. We will utilize our existing principals, teachers, and support staff, which will be possible due to our current declining enrollment. Staffing will be aligned to our existing practices, and will be allocated based on student enrollment. We acknowledge that starting an online school will require some unique resources, and we are prepared to adjust existing resources to accommodate the unique needs. One result of the pandemic-driven decisions that needed to be made in 2020-2021 was that some teachers, mostly at Burnsville High School, were required to teach students both in person and those online at the same time. In our future online school, sections will be either online or in person. Middle and high school teachers may teach specific sections in person, but we will not combine the two. Elementary teachers will be dedicated to online online classroom teachers. Elementary specialists may teach a portion of their day or specific sections online. Dedicated staff such as principal, coordinator, or clerical will be considered when our online school meets our existing thresholds, just as we adjust when enrollment shifts in our physical schools. The experiences gained from the COVID-19 pandemic have positioned us well to deliver a robust online school that does not fully stand in isolation from our traditional system. And that's a theme you're going to hear as we continue with the application, is that we really are looking for an extension of the excellent programming that we already have. Everyone in our district has experience in the complexities of running an online school and is part of our vision for this ISD 191 online. We will also create a new ISD 191 Virtual Academy Advisory Committee, which will be made up of parents, students, teachers, and staff. This committee will provide important feedback for continuous improvement of our online program. Continuing with our vision of a consistent but unique school for our district, budget and costs associated will be aligned with existing schools and will be tied directly to student enrollment. This year's Virtual Academy class sizes have been far higher than district norms in some grades. In our permanent online school, we will have the ability to control the class sizes as we do with traditional schools. Online class sizes will be comparable to established district ratios. We are not looking to create mega classes online. Student and family support services such as English language learning, special education, counselors, social workers, and cultural liaisons will be aligned to student enrollment and will be available for online students. One positive outcome of the last 10 months is that our teachers and staff have become experts in online curriculum development and instruction. While we know there are improvements we can and we will make, we are starting in a great situation. This spring and summer, we will have teams of online teachers continuing to develop the curriculum with ongoing work next year and into the future. The curriculum development work will be embedded into our regular curriculum development process, and professional development will also be created to provide additional support and learning and will be part of our ongoing professional development planning. We are a one-to-one, there we go. We are a one-to-one district for technology devices. Online school students will receive a device aligned to district standards, and internet access will be provided based on district criteria. One example of adjustments we will make is that online students may or may not live in our geographic area, so equipment may need to be shipped to our students. Online students who choose to come to our enrollment center to enroll, or they can work with a team 100% online. While this is also true for our in-person students, it will be critical for our online families who may not be close to Burnsville. The hiring process will be integrated into existing practices. All online teachers and support staff will be ISD 191 employees and will follow the same contracts and onboarding processes. Again, our experience over the past 10 months has driven us to develop these processes to be fully online already. While we will move back to in-person meetings and onboarding new staff, we also know how to successfully do this completely online. And I think I am off. There we go. Sorry, I jumped the slide there. There will be unique costs that arise for the online school. We do not anticipate any new large expense categories. We are prepared to embed these expenses into existing budgets. ISD 191 will utilize both district and state level assessments to measure student achievement. These include formative, summative, and standardized testing such as FastBridge, Access, and MCAs. We will also utilize our Minnesota Common Course catalog and MARS submissions for alignment and accountability. The online school will have a building leadership team just as in our in-person schools and will utilize data for continuous improvement. ISD 191 is a QComp school, which means we call it ProPay in our district, and we will implement all current ProPay practices in our online school as well. We believe that peer coaching and self-evaluation provide opportunities for growth and development for our staff. Our experience with distance learning has provided us opportunities to develop virtual look-fors and coaching strategies for quality online teaching and learning. We will continue to use the Danielson framework and employ the vast resources we have developed for online teaching and learning. We have excellent evaluation processes in place, and we will use the same data metrics in our online school. As I wrap up tonight, I would like to share the next steps and timeline. Tonight, we provided an overview of the online provider application. We will incorporate your feedback into the next draft, and we will be meeting with MDE as part of our ongoing collaboration. At the January 28th board meeting, we will ask for your approval for our MDE online provider application. The application is not intended to be fully developed plan with all of the details identified, but rather it is a step in ensuring that we are prepared to develop, launch, and successfully run an online school. We are currently educating all of our students completely online. While the constraints, stress, and requirements of our current pandemic-driven online learning is not what we envision for the future, it has provided us with incredible experiences that position us well to launch a permanent online school. We believe that online learning will be a choice some of our students and families will make. Our goal is to provide online, high quality, and flexible learning opportunities that offer the next generation of K-12 learning. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for your presentation. All right. I will open it up for questions. Aaron, before we get started, I sent you a message. We have a couple members having, or I guess now one member having some technical issues. If you could take a look at that, please. I'm not sure if you saw my message or not. Is Aaron still with us, Dr. Battle?
Yep, I'm still here. I will work on that right now.
Okay, thank you. All right, very good. All right, I will open it up for questions and discussions from the board.
Is it too soon to ask? Oh, you can't see my hand, so.
Now you can go ahead and jump in though, that's fine. Go ahead.
Is it too soon to ask what extra cost you were saying you would incur?
Yeah, the extra costs, we don't anticipate any large expenses around this. You know, it's very different than opening up a new physical school. But some of those extra costs are going to be in some of the early curriculum development, professional development, getting kind of those pieces, although much of that has been done this year. But we have ongoing needs as we continue to move this into a permanent environment. The other things are just things, it's going to be a lot of staff time just working through the enrollment process, making sure that all of the forms and the structures are in place for enrollment, for support for our new online students and families. But most of it is really going to be aligned to the work that we're already doing. And, you know, things like the technology, we already issue Chromebooks to all of our students. And so there won't be a lot of significant programmatic costs that we anticipate at this time.
Director Connor, one other item I would mention would be probably marketing and attracting students. And I don't know if Aaron wanted to talk a little bit about that. So we do have a number of, so in an online school, you can work with students outside of your geographic area. And so how to put that out there that we are providing and really the uniqueness of our pathways.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I had a clarification I wanted to ask about. So this year, if I remember correctly, the way the virtual academy has been framed is that if my kid enrolls in the virtual academy, they're still linked to their home school. But from my interpretation of this proposal is that would not be the case in the permanent virtual academy, that their home school would be the virtual academy. Am I reading that correctly?
Yep, that's accurate.
Okay, and then how does the virtual, it's kind of related, how does the virtual academy work for things? I mean, obviously the classroom piece is important, but another important piece of the school experience for many of our students are activities, extracurriculars, band, theater, sports, clubs, et cetera, et cetera. How does that work for the virtual academy, or does it?
So they are 191 students. And so if they are in the geographic area and they want to participate in our athletics and our activities in person, they would be eligible to do so. Where we might see some interesting pieces is that some students from the online school may not be in the surrounding Burnsville area. They could be from anywhere in Minnesota. And so a lot of the online providers that we've looked at, they will have, a variety of online activities and clubs and different things like that are part of that online school that would be kind of more unique for the online portion of it. So it would kind of be a both and it would depend really on the location of where the student is and what they want to participate in.
Okay, I have something you said triggered one last question for me. This would only be open to Minnesota residents, not for people in other parts of the country, potentially?
That is correct. The Minnesota
laws, right?
Yeah, the Minnesota statute, limits it to Minnesota students.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I have my hand raised too. So I just had some questions about the classes that are offered virtually. My kids are currently in virtual academy, and I would say that, the classes like music, art, physical education are somewhat difficult to administer virtually. And I'm just, wondering, for a full-time, virtual academy, is there anything new and innovative in those programs and what's available in programming for those specific areas? Because I just don't feel like you're getting the full experience with those classes virtually.
Yeah, as we move into what I would consider kind of the phase 2 planning, there'll be teams, steering committee teams kind of looking at what the delivery will look like for all of the specific areas by grade level and subject. I know that some experiences that I've had with other online providers, things like students wearing like a Fitbit or something like that and doing like some of the physical activity is kind of tied into, they learn about heart rate zones and all sorts of kind of interesting things. There's a lot that can be done. And that's one of those things that there were some limitations that we had this year because of the pandemic that will be not there in the future. And so we can really explore the options for extending those, because it is, we definitely want our online students to be exploring art and music and Phi-Ed as well.
Director Chester, you're on mute.
There, I'm unmuted. I thought by taking my hand down for some reason you could hear me. I do have a couple questions with, I know with some virtual academies, they do have opportunities for students to like have events to gather in person just to help with the social dynamics. Is that something we'd be considering? And then also taking into account too that, yes, similar to like our alternative high school and transitions being different components of District 191, they actually have separate graduations, from the high school. Would we have like a similar type of graduation ceremony then with virtual academy, much like those our other graduating programs?
Yeah, I certainly, as more planning happens, those things will become clearer. I know that oftentimes virtual, like online schools will have kind of face-to-face activities throughout the year to come together and kind of build that relationship and that community. So we would certainly, as we move forward in the planning, look at those options to see if that would be something that would be reasonable for our online school.
Anybody else?
And how would graduations maybe be handled too in the with virtual academy?
Yeah, I honestly, I don't know at this point. There's a lot of planning that we'll have to kind of flesh out what that will look like. But certainly we will celebrate the graduation of our students as that rite of passage that it is. And whether that's a virtual or a face-to-face or a combination, at this point, I don't know yet.
All right. I have a few things. If nobody else has anything else, yeah, go ahead, Dr. O, or Director O. I just promoted you to a doctor. And you're on mute.
Don't do that.
There you
go. Yeah, so I guess a couple clarifications and a couple of questions. Looking at the form, the MDE form that was, I guess, posted Wednesday. On page 8, there's a reference to school board listening hours. And I just want us to not mislead people into thinking it's an hour, it's a listening session. So that will need to be changed. So I understand, Rachel, that, we're starting with, arts and communications and infotech pathways with the virtual academy. Is there an expectation that the CTE pathways would land there as well? And if so, how?
Yeah, so early on in the conversation, so much of that will be in the details of our future planning as we kind of parse that out. In our early kind of brainstorming sessions, we talked a lot about CTE, and one of the things that our high school is just absolutely phenomenal are the facilities that we have, right? With the Fab Lab and the nursing, like there's just the facilities at our high school are just outstanding. And so what we were really looking at, right, is not trying to necessarily replicate everything in that online school, but trying to find what makes the most sense for our online options and what at this point is a little bit harder to grasp for that transition. And CTE would be one of those. So that would be part of our future work to define and kind of look at how that might play into an online option.
And that kind of flows into the next question that I had, which is, it sounds like, if I'm understanding you correctly, that there's a very real possibility that we might have classes offered through the virtual academy or a pathway offered through the virtual academy that might not be offered in the brick and mortar school. Is that correct?
At this point, that's just speculation. That was just part of that when we were talking about the kind of big visioning of, if we just can take some time to like brainstorm innovation and creativity, but those would all be things that would be part of the upcoming planning.
And I guess my only comment there, I do have a bit of concern about differentiating too greatly between brick and mortar and virtual, because I worry about equity and what our families might be looking for. And, if there's something that's only offered online and the student really wants to be in person, then we've got a problem. So, just thinking about that. And then the advisory committee, I just wanted to float the question that there might need to be board representation that in terms of being part of those discussions and having that be a report back to the board, perhaps. Again, I'm just floating it out there as a suggestion.
Thank you. I've taken that down. So I'm writing notes as we go here. Yep.
And I don't know how other board members feel about it. I guess that's kind of the question.
Yeah, I would agree. I think there needs to be probably a board member involved with that advisory committee as it rolls forward.
So maybe just a cliff note, if that's a formal assignment, just a volunteer, Eric, if that's something that might be discussed next Thursday in retreat, I don't know, but I'll leave it up to you. And I'm just really excited. I think this is, I've been waiting for this presentation. So I'm so glad to have it here finally. And, here we are in January, being asked to take action eventually, at our next meeting. So everything that's been made available, it helped me get a better understanding of the complexity of it all. And, again, all the moving parts that have to be dealt with. And, at the heart of it is just making sure that we are, launching yet another incredible program for our students to benefit from. So thank you.
Excellent. As we've been talking here, it's illuminating to me that there's a little bit of a philosophical difference. When we first talked about this, for me, it was really more about, last spring we had to stick some holes in the sinking ship and try to keep it afloat, right? Do what we could to do, quote unquote, virtual. And then we rolled into the fall with all the planning over the summer, and that was to build out a virtual academy, which was a response to the pandemic environment that we were in. What I took away from the now we've learned some things and we're moving forward, was that we were going to build a new thing, yet another new thing. And this was, you know, a differentiator for our district, a standalone product that made us stand out. And it would be a virtual academy. I mean, you know, frankly, I envisioned a number, if not a significant number of attendees would not live in Burnsville or Savage or, you know, in our area. You know, with that in mind, so I in my mind's eye, we're not necessarily trying to replicate what we've been doing in the current virtual academy world. We're building out this new product, which of course would be handy if we 5 years from now have another pandemic type of event. But you know, in that mind thinking, we don't, you know, to me, it's not, there's no longer it's not such a big issue as to whether we have band or gym class available, because that would be the description of what they're coming to the table to join. Is it may or may not have that, but it also might have classes that in my mind would be fine. It had classes that weren't available at the Burnsville High School, because, you know, that's what's in the virtual academy. No less than the fact that I can go, you know, my child could go to a different class if they went over to Prior Lake or Lakeville or whatever, because it's a different school system basically altogether. So I challenge us to think a little bit about that alternative perspective on it, you know, and the kind of candidates I would see for this would be, you know, folks, families with all kinds of different reasons why they might want to do something like this. Maybe they're, you know, they enjoy traveling and they would rather, you know, spend a year in a camper around the United States with their kids and have them in a virtual academy. My neighbor right across the street, young man, is a junior. He's currently on the junior Olympic snowboarding team for the United States of America. And he joined Lakeville's virtual academy because they have had one started last year, or they had it when he needed it last year when we didn't have anything of the sort. I know that he spends half his time in Switzerland training, but he's getting a high school diploma from Lakeville. So, you know, that's the kind of people I would, you know, and people in our district, of course, also. So, you know, so it's interesting as we were talking about, it's a mindset thinking, and I would challenge us to think a little bit about what the goal of this is from a high level. And Director Hume kind of touched on one of my questions, the distance of attendee. I didn't realize it was, well, obviously we're getting licensure from state of Minnesota. It's limited to Minnesota attendees. What would be the possibility of opening it up to something more than that? Is there even a remote possibility of that? Is there another body of licensure that you have to go through? I mean, I envisioned having students from all over the world attend originally when I'd heard about this.
So opening it up outside of Minnesota?
And Director Miller, I think part of the confusion is Minnesota authorizes out-of-state providers. Is that correct, Rachel? So they could actually be housed in another state, Florida?
Yeah, if they meet the criteria for the Minnesota Department of Education online provider, yeah. Yep.
So I think that's where sometimes people get it confused, that out-of-state people can be involved. It's the providers. So it's a competitive field. I just wanted to note that. Go ahead.
But we would be limited by what we're seeking currently. You're talking about seeking currently. We would be limited to residents of Minnesota only, correct?
Yes, this application is specific for residents in Minnesota.
But there's a potential that this program could expand beyond that in the future. Is that correct?
I actually don't know that. The Minnesota statute for this is pretty specific. I don't know how that would play into a larger context.
All right. Well, it's down the road thinking, but it just kind of demonstrates what I mean, again, I was hoping that if we have if we make this into a program that is differentiator, we might, you know, if you build it, they will come. We might be pulling in twice as many students as we have living in Burnsville going into our virtual academy. And that brings me to another question about that, the money. So if a student from Duluth decides to join the virtual academy in Burnsville, we would receive the full, whatever, I can't forget the terminology, but the full value of that student would include crude terminology, financially,
Per
correct?
pupil, per pupil.
Per pupil, yes. Is that correct? We would receive that then?
If they are 100% part of our online, so there's in this for the high school, we were looking at both that supplemental, which means that a student could take 1 or 2 courses. So the allocation for the money for that is based on the courses that they take. If they're 100% online, that is my understanding is that full allocation comes to us.
Okay. I got thinking too about physical building needs. At some point, I wonder, I mean, these teachers are teaching classes and they're dedicated to the virtual academy. You know, at some point, they're going to need some physical space. And if it does grow, I'm just curious if we put any thought into that. We're about to, you know, potentially sell off some buildings and such, and we probably should keep in the back of our mind that this would be about the only scenario. I've always been the one that advocates that we're not going to grow our district in the near future, but this could potentially be one of those scenarios, about the only one I could think of that might actually happen.
Yeah, where teachers and staff are working from will certainly need to be part of the considerations as we move forward.
Okay. And we already touched on it. I like the fact that the pathways is a differentiator. But so many of our pathways involve a very physical presence, culinary, nursing, etc. Seems like there would be a challenge there to do those in a virtual environment, but maybe not. Maybe there's options available too. Who knows? All right. Yes, Director Connor, go ahead.
Yes, just also for future planning, I'd just like to throw out the idea possibly of a year-round school virtual academy where kids are going to school 3 months and then off 1 instead of being off a whole summer. And then that way maybe they're off during one of the winter months. And then, you know, and they're not off so long where they get so disenfranchised of school because they're out for 3 months at a time. I mean, I know I've lived in other states where it worked very well, especially for the older children, because they don't get so bored for being out of school for 3 months, and they stay more engaged because they're only off a month. And then families it's cheaper for people that have to look for daycare for 3 months. They don't have to worry about it for 3 months, only a month, that type of thing. So just something for thought for in the future. Maybe this might be something that we might want to incorporate. Just a thought.
Thank you.
And actually, Eric, you got me thinking about something else too, specifically with the funding and the per pupil. Do we know that, I mean, I'm thinking in 2 tracks at the same time. Number one, we know that funding is not keeping track, you know, keeping up with expenses. And then at the same time, the virtual academy has the potential, and Rachel, I'd be interested to hear what, you know, maybe this is part of the future planning, but, you know, if we don't set a requirement that students must be 100% in our virtual academy, are we losing money with those partials? I mean, I guess the answer would have to be yes, because we're already losing money. You know, we're not getting what we need from the state to begin with. But, you know, I guess the financial impact of, you know, are we on more solid ground requiring 100% participation, or, you know, do we think that, you know, having enough supplementals, you know, or partials would cover the staffing costs?
Yeah, I know that, and I don't have the exact statistics, but we do have a percentage of our students, specifically at the high school, who are taking like online Phy-Ed or health from other providers. So they're outside. Some of those are doing it because they want to open up their schedule for other classes, because we have really great classes at the high school. And others, it's, you know, for they have internships or they have work that they want to open up an hour of their day or so forth. And so, yeah, that's definitely something that we will look at deeper as we move forward with the planning.
Great, thank you.
Yes, please, Sue, go ahead.
So though I understand that, you know, the online option brings convenience for families and students, we can't also deny that it comes with isolation for some families and students. What are some ideas, some, you know, some things that have went into making sure that we are there, since we are representing that student and that family, the support services, and how to recognize what family needs it, and how easy and accessible is it for that family or student to reach out for help?
Yeah, that's a great question, because you know, certainly through the pandemic, we've realized all the support services that we as a district provide to our families and our students, and how important those services are. And so as we move forward, one of the things with isolation that's, it's not unique, but it's certainly augmented by the pandemic, is that inability to reach out in for other connections, whether it's, again, a student that might be joining our online academy from somewhere else in Minnesota and have community involvement at that level through maybe a religious or organization or different activities there. But we also want to make sure that our online students, that we provide for their social emotional needs as well as their academic needs. And so the one section of the application is really about our student support services. And so I see Stephanie jumped on because we were just having conversations with one of the MDE representatives about this area. Stephanie, do you want to add anything to this?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think we have benefited from the learning of this year, and it's exactly kind of what Rachel said, just working with a student support team to make sure kids get what they need. Also, our partnership with Headway Therapy, so mental health therapists, they've honed their skills in online therapy, virtual therapy. And so that has been a good option for many kids. But also they haven't taken away the option of meeting in person. And so I think our key to our success is meeting students and families where they're at, and really, you know, being creative in how we can get kids what they need when they need it. And so it's been a good option for us. I think we can provide all the services that we have in person virtually now. We know how to do that. The key is just to be good listeners and work with the family to meet them where they're at.
I'd also like to jump in and just say that in the absence of the COVID pandemic, online learning does not, being part of an online school does not keep a student from participating in the district sports and activities. And so, you know, without the danger of COVID and the pandemic, a student may spend their academic day doing online work, but in the end, they also could be part of the school play or on the soccer team, or, you know, so there's a lot of different things that it's not an exclusion for those students there, as long as there's not a safety issue, so that students can participate. And the law has been very clear about keeping those doors open for students who are part of virtual school.
But that's only if they're residents, right? Resident students can participate in their home district's activities. So if
right,
a student
and so
includes,
resident students can continue to participate in their home school districts.
they can. Okay.
Go ahead, Tony.
But there are a lot of online activities, just like you have extracurricular activities in the actual building. There are a lot of online activities they can do. They can still have because kids need to interact with kids. I think that's a big part of their support. They need to interact with kids. So there can be virtual academy chess clubs or speech clubs or theater or still choir, you know, all those kind of things that you have in a school. You can still do them online through Zoom and things. So there's ways, in that way then they're interacting with other students, because that's what they really want. That's the support they need. They need to be around other kids and, you know, interact with the other children, the other students. with the similar interests. Thank you.
Okay, well, I think we have given Rachel and all a lot to think about and work on, Dr. Battle. You know, in closing, I would just again encourage you to think a little bit about a vision statement. You know, what is this? What is this going to be down the road? A year after it's formed, 5 years, 10 years after that. Again, for me, it was not so much about just keeping the current iteration running, but really taking what we learned from this current situation and building something new that stood out as a new product that makes a big difference and is a 191 product. So think about that, I guess, and keep that in mind. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
We will move on to the next section of our workshop for this evening, which is to discuss our Schmitty and Sons, who are the provider of our transportation bus services, an addendum presented by them for consideration of this board. Presenter of this will be Lisa Ryder, Executive Director of Business Services. Lisa, welcome.
Thank you and good evening again. Chair Miller, board members, and Dr. Battle. Tonight we are here to discuss the addendum. We work with 2 different vendors to deliver services for transporting our students to and from school. One of the vendors is the Center for Efficient School Operations, we know as CESO, and they work with us on our routing of our schools and routing of our students to and from school and for our extracurricular activity routes too. They also work hand in hand with Schmitty and Sons, who perform the delivery services of that particular area. Tonight's discussion is really about the addendum to our current contract with Schmitty and Sons. Our current contract we entered into on March 8th of 2018. We are in our 3rd year of that agreement. And there is an option for an extension for a 4th year that exists in the current contract as well. Last spring, as things changed for us in mid-March, and we all needed to adapt to what it was going to be for the rest of that school year, not knowing exactly what that meant initially, there was an executive order that required that school districts continue to pay their contractors. With that in mind, we entered into an addendum that went through the rest of that school year, 2019-2020. So we had one addendum that did address the payment of our contractors for delivery of transportation, and that ended when the students' school year ended. So we revert back to our current agreement. As this year started off, the question was, what is this going to look like for our students coming to and from school for hybrid? And for us, that meant quite a bit of, adjustments for families first to choose whether they would be virtual academy or whether they would be, hybrid in our schools and distance learning. And so as we received those numbers, we did the routing, we determined the number of buses we would need and moved forward from there. The year began and we were in hybrid mode up until mid-November, at which point now we've been distance learning. And knowing that throughout all of this, as the governor had indicated in his executive order, the guideline was that we had to have 3 different options that we were able to move between as necessary at any given time. So our transportation provider, Schmitty and Sons, began to ask the question about how is it that we can come to another addendum so that we can address the fact that we need to try and somehow maintain the employment of these drivers and be able to respond when we needed them to deliver services. So in October, we began to see some discussion of this. I noted in my professional networking, that's Minnesota Association of School Business Officials. They held a conference, and during that time, there was a lot of discussion of what impact COVID was having on us. So we heard there that many districts were having the same dialogue with their transportation providers. It was November 9th when the Executive Order 2094, on page 10 of it, indicated that there was a need for, or the ability, excuse me, for us to be reimbursed for the expenditures charged for special education transportation, which up until that point in time was not going to be allowed. That was the guidance we were hearing. So once the November 9th Executive Order 2094 came across, that changed the picture once again as to what this meant for transportation providers as well as ourselves. The addendum that you see attached is where we are as far as having had the negotiation process, which I will say I did utilize in collaboration. CISO, Lance Leibengood of that organization, assisted in the process of communicating and negotiating in the contract that you see, or excuse me, the addendum you see before you. And it's very similar in nature as far as the kind of makeup of it. It really basically just lists certain parameters that would be considered. Our current contract remains in place, but the current contract does not address non-transportation days that are still instruction days. It only addresses weather-related school closings. So we have a contract currently that just doesn't address anything that we have experienced for this fall up through January is what this addendum is intended to cover, is through January 31st only, from September of 2020 through January 31st, 2021. And with that, I can share the addendum on the screen if that's helpful. I'll leave it to you, Chair Miller, as to what you'd like to hear next.
I think we can just open it up for conversation and questions. The addendum for any board members is available in the board book. So questions and comments. And maybe just a little bit of context before we jump into this. The reason we're having this in a workshop is it's a fairly significant budgetary item, and it's felt that it would be appropriate for everybody to have an opportunity to be aware, everybody here in this call, and frankly the community that might be observing through transparency, that this conversation and the decisions we are going to make from this. Essentially, what we need to kind of discuss at the table is, there is a proposed recommendation. If after discussing and getting clarification, and tonight we as a group are feeling like it's something we want to move forward with, then it will be moved to the next business meeting and for approval at that point, or vote on approval, I guess. Director Alt, I believe you were prepared to ask a question or two.
Yeah, having read through the addendum, just wanting to be clear that in addition to the special ed reimbursement, transportation is automatically part of the general formula. So we're receiving transportation money right now. Is that correct, Lisa?
That is correct.
And I guess, these are such unusual times, and, I am just feeling very torn because, on the one hand, yes, I respect, that Schmidt is, one of our largest contractors, and we will, again, to your point that, we'll be moving in and out of, we have moved in and out of learning models. And so at any given point, the demand for students on the buses can change. And we need to have those drivers in place. I guess the question, just I guess in terms of transparency, the question financially is how much are we talking about in terms of the difference between whether the addendum is approved or not? Approximately, knowing that it's not going to be exactly side.
Yes, it's not exact. I can tell you at this point in time for the invoices that have been submitted that we have not paid because the addendum is not approved. They've just submitted about $1,050,000 for the addendum related invoices, unpaid at this time.
So the million is at the 90% or it would be at the 100%?
No, that is at the 90%.
So, okay.
So I'm just going to sit with that, but I'm sure other questions will come up later on.
Have we paid them anything or are we just holding on?
So we have received separate invoices at our request for the active routes that they conducted. So as we were in hybrid, all of those invoices for actually transporting students to and from, and even for our meals served lunch routes that we've been doing, those invoices we have authorized for payment because those follow our current contract. When we started utilizing some of the staff members from Schmitty and Sons to assist on the buses for meal routes, we have held those invoices as they tie into number 5 on the addendum. So therefore, those have not been paid.
So I'll put out some questions and understanding here. So we, in generalization terms, we signed a contract with them that said that they would charge their pricing structure. Is it based on a route fee? I forget, or is it a bus fee, or how do they do that?
So our contract is rather complicated, but it is available, and it is essentially for every bus route that we have working for us throughout the day, there is a minimum amount of 4 hours that we will pay for, and that 4 hours then that's at a daily rate. Okay, so that daily rate will cover us for 4 hours. If by chance we utilize that bus route, or bus I should say, because one bus can do many routes, but if we utilize that bus more than 4 hours, then we have what we call quarter hours that get tacked on. So if we run over 10-15 minutes, that's the first quarter hour. If it's 30 minutes or close to it, then it's two quarter hours added on, and those are different rates. Okay, but it's a mechanism to be able to efficiently still be able to afford the transportation without us having a whole nother route charge for the day.
Okay, so what do we know about their costing model as they build up these route rates? I'm assuming, just like any other business, they have a number of costs, some of them fixed, some of them variable, that go into that calculation. And I have to guess, as with anything other transportation related, fuel is a fairly significant part of that cost calculation. Do we know what part of that is fuel? Have they shared that ever with us?
So I do not know their detailed finances. I do know that our contract calls for when the fuel costs is below $3 per gallon, then there's a credit back to us. And when it's over $3 per gallon, then we're charged for that excess cost for fuel. But with regard to how much on a given route, how much of that rate, which is in the contract and was negotiated initially, how much of that rate is for non-fuel related or non-fuel and fluids, they say, that is not necessarily known for sure. We have heard in our conversations back and forth that they anticipate that their cost is, I want to remember this correctly, it is their route costs short of the fuel and fluids is more around 94% or just under that.
Short of the, so that they're saying that something in the neighborhood of 6% of their route costs is fuel related?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not done. If they said that, it's fine. I'm surprised, given that fuel is typically the most important element of a transportation company. It can be the most variable cost involved with the doing business. So I'm a little surprised it's limited to 6%. My concern is not that, first of all, we have, as everybody knows, we have a fiscal responsibility first and foremost to this district and our community. I don't have any, I don't lack empathy for Schmidt and Sons situation, much like any other company. They are in a tough spot and they have employees, and those employees, probably a significant amount of them, are members of our very own community, and I respect that. What I would be concerned about is if those buses are not running, they're sitting in the garage, then the cost that they had baked into their estimate for us that involved fuel is not being spent. And I don't have any problem, understanding that we owe responsibility for the cost of the employees, the cost even for maintenance, the long-term loans on the buses, et cetera, that are baked into those expenses, the pricing they gave us. But if they're not pumping the fuel, burning the fuel, and using the fuel, I have a challenge trying to understand why we would be paying for ghost fuel, basically. Another point I'd like to, but I guess if it's 6%, then if a negotiated rate of 90%, we're inside of that. So maybe that dissuades my position on that. Just to point to something that Director Alt mentioned, yes, we do receive funding from the state, but I'm also going to assume, just like all other funding we receive from the state, it does not cover fully the cost of buses and transportation. Correct, Lisa? So we're ultimately moving money out of our general fund. It's not just a 1-for-1. For every student that's in school, we get money for that route or for that equivalent for that child riding on the bus, and we're just passing it through to Schmidt. We are still taking money out of our general fund to supplement that.
So as the statute is now, 4.65% of our gen ed formula has been identified and related to transportation, but it is not pulled out separately. It's all just part of the gen ed formula. For the special education reimbursement of special education transportation costs, that is at 100% reimbursement, which is why it was so significant when the November change occurred.
Okay. What does everybody else feel on this or have thoughts on this? Go ahead.
Well, first, thank you for all you do as far as the transportation company and knowing that it's a family-owned business. So we do all understand that, cost and budget has changed because of COVID. But we also understand that there has been some stimulus and some COVID pay that were pushed into businesses. Is that amount calculated in that? Because, I'm just going by my own experience. but I'm just wondering if that was looked at, and if so, what did that do in terms of the cost? I mean, for employees and for also the business itself, because we all know that there were certain stimulus that has gone into both areas.
Yeah, I can't speak to what it is that Schmidt & Sons has received, as I don't know that information. The PPE loans, I'm assuming is what you're referring to, and they may very well have applied for. I just don't know the results of that or what that impacted.
I believe my understanding is most of those funds have to be spent on COVID related expenses, correct, Lisa? So there is money available, but I'm not sure this would qualify their ongoing operational costs for them to take CARES money or PPE money, whatever, and apply it to that.
So I would say, just like we receive guidance, they have another set of guidance for their stimulus money. So I don't think we know that for sure.
Yeah, I think it depends. Like if it was the first start of the PPE loans, it was to be able to make sure that you maintained your staffing for a minimum of 3 months and not make cuts. But that kind of ended over the summer. So I don't know how that would flow into the fall. Having worked at an organization who received a PPE loan, I know a little bit about that because we were able to maintain our staffing without having to cut anybody to stay afloat. So, but I don't know the timing or if they receive that to maintain their staffing too. So that's all in the air. I think one thing that I wonder about is with this addendum in terms of relation to our budget that we approved for this fiscal year for transportation, what does that look like? What is the comparison? Are we actually technically underspending to our budget, or is this on top of our budget?
Good question. So we built our budget for transportation in the adopted FY21 budget. It was built upon the idea of us being in a quote unquote normal year. Students coming to and from school on a regular basis, that's how we built that budget. So we did not reduce it significantly, knowing or thinking that we would be distance learning. We just had no idea. So it is fairly close to what we had last year, with an increase of 1.5% because the contract called for that. The assumption was that we would not necessarily have too many more routes, but that we would be somewhat similar. So as we built that budget, we just rolled that forward with that cost increase per the contract at that time. As we take a look at our revised budget, we're fine tuning it a bit, but also cognizant of, as we enter into this next period of in-person, we're limited on the number of students we can place on a given bus. And so that's going to create some challenges for us, where we will possibly be utilizing more buses than we were under hybrid, for example. And as we then talk about the, say, activities or athletics that are traveling locally, but still traveling, their bus routes are buses, the capacity is far limited. Because while we are in hybrid, for instance, a large bus, a 77 passenger bus, we can only place 25 kids on that bus for transportation purposes for extracurricular activities. So you can see where a team might now require 2 buses, and previously it was only 1. So we anticipate that those added costs are going to be something we also incur moving into our the rest of the year.
But for now, with the addendum, so like if we're gonna, move forward with approving an addendum and paying the additional $1,050,000, is that still in line with our budget, or are we actually overspending our budget going in?
Thank you. Okay, so so at this point in time, we are paying about, when I compare a month to the previous year's the same month, we have paid them less than 50% thus far. With these invoices that have been submitted to us, it would be almost on par with what we had paid in the past for them. because as I mentioned, we expected the routes to be pretty similar, and they have been, and we've been able to manage that, maybe largely because not all of our students are being transported to school. So the students in VA, for example, helped to alleviate the need for more buses because we were able to still serve them with the same number of buses we did in the past. Does that make sense? And so
Yeah, I think
it
I
wasn't
think
that
Director
much of a
Chester makes a
difference.
good distinction. And then just to be clear, you know, maybe to simplify it a little bit more, we are saying that this is what we figured we'd have to pay. That is correct.
Yes, it's all
I know Lisa doesn't like to be generalization when it comes to budgetary, but that is really what's happening. We were planning on paying this money. My concerns were that we were planning on paying for a product based on a certain cost assumption that they would make a certain amount of money off of it, et cetera. With the potential of fuel costs being a big significant piece of that, they were making a lot more off of this deal than we had gone into the negotiations assuming. No different than if the price of oil, a barrel of oil doubles tomorrow, you can bet, you know, eventually they're going to come knocking and want to talk about renegotiating because they hadn't planned on their fuel costs being that high. It's, you know, it's just the inverse. Now learning that maybe it is not as such a big component of their cost structure, I'm okay with that. I think the other part that we had wanted to look at was we're paying for a service from a provider. Are we getting that service or some equitable service from them? Whether it's they're running the buses or they're providing buses for other uses or, whatever that might mean. And we would encourage, I think, and Director Hall, you can speak to this, but I think we would encourage Dr. Battle and your team to continue to encourage committee to provide as many resources as they can, given the restrictions in the environment we're in right now.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, Eric. I think, if we're coming close, if we're paying 90% of the contract for certain routes and 100% of the contract for other routes, then for those routes that are not currently with an active bus, then we as consumers need to make sure we're getting the most benefit out of that contract and get those buses and drivers out in our community serving our families. I am relieved, and thank you for clarifying, as you did, Leslie, the budgetary picture at this point appears not to be quite as dire as one might have expected a few months ago, particularly with the change in the special ed reimbursement. But it's our job to make sure we're working with our partner and that they are serving us and our families, because that's what we're paying for.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, absolutely, please.
So I realize that, we have only to compare this to, or it sounds like what Lisa was saying was other districts and their experience with their transportation providers. But in the situation of this pandemic, I find it hard to believe that there aren't other situations in other industries where they've got contracts in this type of situation where services aren't being fulfilled, but yet they have this contract and they're paying. So is there not another, way of looking to other situations where how that was handled? I don't know, is it like the Department of Labor or somewhere, a resource that we could go to that has guidance? Aside from going to another school district, just to see what has been done in these types of situations, because we can't be the only, we can't be the only ones that have had this come up, in this pandemic where we've had this happening, because there's so many other situations where people have had to stop doing the normal thing they're doing because of the pandemic.
So I would say, Director Werb, yes, we could look at others, but because the guidance from the state is so unique from any other for education. As you know, and you will get to know, there's nothing as complex as educational finance. It's so different. So yes, we could look, but once we get that guidance from the governor and an MDE, their examples may not even be allowable.
So the contracts are that unique. So
Yeah,
it
well,
would
it's
help to
just,
look.
yeah, even like with the PPE, they have
Okay.
different regulations. So I would say that, yes, but it's, I don't know if Lisa wanted to add to that.
I really don't have much to add to that. I do know that um, there's so many, just in researching information, say on sales tax, you have to be very specific about the fact that you're a school district and the impact that that has. It's very unique guidelines we have to follow for just like sales tax and how we complete that and file for that. So similarly, our industry is just so unique that gets very, you have to really be careful about making sure that you're comparing apples to apples.
Gotcha.
And I just wanted to clarify, so the buses now are only operating at about a 20 or 30% capacity, not even 50? For transporting students when they are transporting them?
So that is true. The guidance that has come to us when we were hybrid, we had specific guidance and we chose to take a more conservative method at that point in time, which we could, because we did not have as many students requiring the transportation to and from school since so many were in virtual academy. As we now consider elementary coming back in person, the guidelines are different for in person. And so it allows a few more students on the bus, but we also know that if a bus is quarantined, oftentimes the entire bus gets quarantined. And so therefore, we also want to keep the counts on the bus as low as possible, simply because we don't want 45 kids all of a sudden out of school for 14 days if we can avoid it. So we're doing our best to set these routes for in-person, even at a lower number. When you're talking about our secondary students who are distance learning at this time, but when they come back would likely be hybrid, they have different rules and guidelines that we must follow. So the numbers are different for them and they're lower under hybrid.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
Sure.
Okay, I think we've probably driven this around the block enough times.
Can I ask one more thing? I have
yeah,
one more
please do.
thing.
Go right
Okay.
ahead, yep.
So, knowing that our bus routes aren't running at, 90%, and so we don't have as many bus drivers that we usually do, is Schmitty and Sons actually having the bus drivers do other work, or are they furloughing them?
Part of the requirement is that they would not furlough the employees, so they have not been furloughed.
Yeah,
They
'cause
instead
I just wanted to make sure, just because kind of thinking from their perspective too, and our needs, is that we would need them at the ready for when we change models. And so if we have to furlough so many drivers, they may or may not be able to come back in the time in which the school actually needs them. So I kind of understand. I just wanted to make sure.
Yep. We're accurate.
Can I ask one more question too?
Of course.
So does this mean then that when the contract comes up for renewal, that something like this is then going to be addressed as far as putting language in the contract that addresses something like this, or how it will be addressed in the future, so we don't come to this quandary?
So let me be clear, the addendum before you is only through January 31st. The intent was that we would have to go back to the drawing board on another addendum, not knowing what would happen for the rest of the year. When we discussed this with Schmitty and Sons at the time, we had no idea that we would be coming in person potentially in February. So it just so happens that end date is January 31st, excuse me. As we move forward, as I mentioned, with being in person, the utilization of the drivers and the buses will be far, far more heavily done. And as you look at this, we have 2 tiers in our transportation system. One of those tiers is elementary. If we're running elementary like we normally will, then you're going to find that our costs for transportation are just as high, maybe just a little bit lower, but just as high as if we're running both tiers. Because with secondary, you're just maximizing the use of those buses throughout the day. You already are going to be utilizing the buses for the elementary route. So given that, our current contract will then suffice potentially for the remainder of the year. As we have a timeline in which we must indicate the renewal of that agreement. And so we would want to make sure we do that if that's our intent. And then we would have a 4th year in the current agreement. I'd have to check the logistics of exactly who could call for a reopening of the contract at this point. That's what it would require if we were to just extend into the 4th year.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I think with no further discussion, Dr. Battle, the direction here would be to go ahead and bring this forward for consideration at the next business meeting.
Okay, thank you.
With that, we will leave the workshop component of our evening, and we will adjourn to a meeting of the Student Performance and Achievement Committee of the whole, just for benefit of understanding. The Student Performance and Achievement Committee, otherwise known as the SPA Committee, not nearly as fun as Student Performance and Achievement, but nevertheless critically important, is a committee that did exist for many years as a standalone committee, much like our other committees. A year or so ago, this board determined that it was critically important that all board members be involved in the conversation, because at the end of the day, this is what we're here for. The performance and achievement of our students. So we brought it into a committee of the whole, meaning occasionally we will have discussions like this tacked into a workshop or whatever. But we are moving now to a Student Performance and Achievement Committee of the whole regarding pre-K through 3 system world's best workforce goal, kindergarten readiness. Presenting this evening and getting the award for waiting the longest in the wings, Cindy Check, Early Childhood Coordinator. Thank you, Cindy, for your patience and welcome.
Well, good evening. Go ahead.
Good evening. I just wanted to see if Aaron is going to, can I go ahead and share my screen, Aaron?
Yep, go ahead.
There we go. There's the presentation. Yeah, Chair Hume, Superintendent Battle, members of the board. I just want to say thank you for this opportunity. And for me and for Cindy Check, our district early childhood program coordinator, who is doing the marathon this evening with us. I really appreciate the opportunity to highlight the work of District 191's early childhood programming. This evening, we are going to be providing the board with an update on the world's best workforce goal, an overview of preschool to grade 3 alignment, and for Cindy Check and her teachers to share highlights of the early childhood progress in the implementation of the P3 initiative. The Minnesota Department of Education, through the goals of the world's best workforce, sets the priority for schools to include programming and support that ensure that all students are ready for kindergarten. I want to preface this with the understanding that kindergarten readiness is multifaceted. Our youngest learners are more than just one test. Early learning includes the development of early literacy, early numeracy, social skills, communication skills, self-regulation, physical development, and creative thinking, and many more. However, when pressed to identify a single data point that can indicate academic readiness, we have focused on pre-literacy, and all kindergarten students are screened with 3 short literacy assessments, which are indicators of readiness for symbolic language learning. This includes the understanding of concepts of print, and do they know the right side of the book? Do they know print goes left to right, or you know, how to hold a book, those types of things. Recognizing beginning sounds. So when you say a word, can they tell you what the sound is at the beginning? Or if you say a sound, they can pick out something that actually matches that beginning sound, and identifying letter names. And the single data point that we've selected is this goal of letter naming, because we know it's one of the critical pre-reading skills. And so in the fall of 2019, 49, almost 50% of students were able to meet the fall benchmark for this school readiness marker. And we set a goal of 51% for this fall. However, the results of 41% shows a significant decline, and we believe reflects the real detrimental impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. This has an impact on our preschool attendance and programming. And also with mandatory closures last spring and summer of all school pre-K programs moving to distance learning, and making distance learning a new piece for our pre-K students and families that they hadn't experienced before. Along with the closings of, libraries, community centers, because we know that distance learning wasn't the only option for parents, and much of pre-K learning takes place in other settings besides preschool. Summer programming was closed, our own targeted services had moved to online learning, libraries were closed, community centers were closed, churches were closed, teachers really are welcoming students, many kindergartners this fall, who had lacked a lot of those experiences. And so we are not shocked or surprised that we saw a decline. We are actually hardened to the idea that we now need to make sure that we address that. We did take some time to look close at the data and disaggregate it and look at some of our student groups that we want to make sure are getting the kind of programming that they need. And we were able to identify areas that need attention. None of the groups that we disaggregated for met their goal for the year. However, we did see some positive increases and growth. Our BIPOC families really did show an increase. We did see overall as a group, students who were eligible for free and reduced lunch did see a slight increase. However, our Latino population did see a pretty significant decrease of about 4% of students meeting that benchmark. And it's difficult to identify a single factor that would impact their achievement in the pandemic. And we do know that the Latino community in the Twin Cities has been disproportionately impacted by the COVID pandemic, both in cases and in deaths and in unemployment and other areas. And so we know that there's been a very strong stress on our Latino population. The closure of schools and other community resources also may have had an impact in this community that we don't quite understand yet. And in combination with the decrease of general learning opportunities, we also know that the support for our English language development for this multilingual community could also have contributed to some of the preschool learning programming not meeting all of the needs that the students had. So in response to this, our kindergarten teachers and student support teams in the primary grades have been working to tailor their instruction and really go to meeting students where they are and building on and working to accelerate their growth from the place that they bring to the table in the fall. and also working to personalize the support and the intervention to better address the significant learning loss. Knowing that kindergarten readiness, again, is one of the major factors in student success all the way from grade 3 to graduation. When we see students who hit those benchmarks early in the primary, we know that they're on track for that successful completion of school. And one of the strongest research-based instructional programming that we have is being able to align our pre-K through grade 3 and looking at the multifaceted growth and development for students at these young learners. And so we want all students to be ready for kindergarten, and we really do continue to really work at putting together that investment in our early childhood programming, collaborating with community ed, moving our VPK so that it's available in every building. The preschool early childhood programming also works very hard to address those developmental needs of the whole child. And tonight they'll talk a little bit about the assessments they do that are far beyond the single data point kinds of assessments that we use for just academic benchmarking. And they also are working very hard to create an aligned educational environment from preschool to grade 3, knowing that students who are in preschool in those unique environments do not all of a sudden turn into grade 3 academic scholars, that there is a developmental pathway from pre-K all the way through K that are all the way through grade 3 that we need to continue to build in environment, in instructional practices, and in understanding of the multifaceted growth of the whole child. So with that, I'd like to hand it over to Cindy Check and her teachers and allow them to share just some really exciting work that they've been part of. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Miller, board members, and Dr. Battle. I'd like to give a bit of context for the next few slides by sharing some current enrollment information. We have 275 4-year-olds who are enrolled in a pre-kindergarten program associated with our elementary buildings. We have another 236 children enrolled at our Diamond Head Education Center in half-day preschool, full-day preschool with childcare, inclusion, and center-based programming. That's just over 500 3 to 5-year-olds who are enrolled in an early childhood program in District 191, and this is during a pandemic. About 40% are actually enrolled in a virtual program, with the remainder in a hybrid in-person or distance model. And to let you know that the estimated retention rate for our district over the last 3 years for VPK students who attend in our elementary buildings and then enroll in 191 kindergarten is 85 to 90%. So you can see that we're serving lots and lots of children, and not all are in our 4-year-old program, but we're really building that continuum of service. So what is the Minnesota Prenatal to Grade 3 initiative? At its most essential, P3 alignment creates seamless transitions across grade levels starting at preschool. Its intent is to transform how children prenatal to age 8 learn in and out of school by building strong connections between learning progressions and development, ensuring children and families have high-quality relationships and equitable learning opportunities, and supporting districts and communities in building an aligned, coherent system for learning and development throughout the prenatal through grade 3 continuum. While P3 stands for prenatal to grade 3, today we'll focus on that pre-K to grade 3 band. By creating a continuum of gradual transitions for children in both content and activity settings, we strengthen their relationships, their learning, and their long-term educational outcomes. It's hard to imagine another set of reforms that has more potential to significantly raise achievement and social emotional competence for all children, supports family stability, and builds stronger communities. Among the many challenges we currently face, this is a powerful priority. Research shows that the brain develops rapidly during early childhood, and those early experiences shape brain development in long-lasting ways. When vast disparities exist in children's experiences, it impacts their opportunities and outcomes. We know that the achievement gaps exist by the time that children enter kindergarten and don't change substantially by third grade. P3 work is rooted in better understanding and actively addressing the disconnects between organizations and systems that contribute to these opportunity gaps. You can move yep. Last winter, 191 was awarded a short-term grant through the Minnesota Preschool Development Grant to jumpstart this work around P3. From December 2019 through February 2020, the grant allowed us to participate in national and state level trainings on 3 important topics. First, acknowledging the role of implicit bias as a barrier to reaching all children, featuring Dr. Rosemary Allen. Dr. Allen is a professor and serves as the president and CEO for the Institute for Racial Equity and Excellence, a leading agency for ensuring equity in educational practices throughout the nation. Second, the essential elements of implementing a successful P3 system with Adam Holland, a researcher at the Frank Porter Graham Child Development Institute from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. His work with us at both a state and local level assisted us in prioritizing strategies to move forward the 3 goals that you see here. And finally, a small team of 191 educators attended a kindergarten transition toolkit workshop with the Minnesota Department of Education, which provided training on the effective use of aligned teaching and learning strategies, assessments, and communication with families across all sectors. I'll share our activities related to each of these goals and steps to consider going forward. So goal 1 was to establish a P3 vision and priorities. 2 district level meetings of the P3 steering committee were conducted, one on February 3rd and the second on June 17th, along with an additional day of local learning with Adam Holland on February 14th. This guidance assisted us in determining P3 priorities that support our district's strategic directions of closing gaps and raising achievement for all, increasing equity, and developing community partnerships. First, community and family engagement. We recognize and value all early learning paths that children travel prior to reaching the 191 system. Our connection with community providers and families is imperative to meeting all children where they are at when they enter our doors. Second, equity. Providing equitable learning communities reflect the strengths and capabilities of all early learners. Utilizing guided play to give all learners the opportunity to accomplish their next step in learning. Next, we prioritize relationships as a foundation for learning. Learning is maximized when adults scaffold learning experiences and participate in language-rich, one-to-one interactions with children. And finally, ground instructional practices in the science of child development. We must understand and act on child development principles. While formative assessment guides instructional decisions, child development knowledge is key to adjusting activity settings and expectations across grade levels. These priorities formed our draft P3 statement, that P3 will align early childhood teaching and learning, assessment, and family engagement in comprehensive ways that honor cultural and community assets. To address Goal 2, Pre-K to K alignment, I would like to introduce Caitlin Cantola, pre-kindergarten teacher, and Jonalyn Lipka, kindergarten teacher, both from Edward Neal Elementary.
Good evening. The big idea around P3, children learn best through powerful, language-rich, sensitive, one-to-one interactions with adults. What they learn is dictated by the topic, subject matter, or nature of these interactions. This is the big idea of how young children in the age group of birth to grade 3 learn most effectively. Accomplishing this across a system that we shift our thinking towards a holistic view of children in this period, recognizing that there can be uneven acquisition of skills across domains. For example, How many of you who have had a child who learned to ride a bike or walk very early, but perhaps developed expressive language skills a bit later than their peers? This type of unevenness is normal and typical, and we must use the science of child development and the mind shift of learning progressions to ensure that each child is provided with the next best step in learning for them. Individualized instruction at its best. Cindy and I have worked so long in getting pre-kindergarten into the buildings to get this overlap work going. When ISD 191 began its voluntary pre-kindergarten programs in the elementary buildings, it provided us with the perfect opportunity to start this work. Caitlin and I saw a need to close a gap in education for our youngest learners. The building and program structure allowed for what seemed like a very natural transition to build relationships between staff, children, and families. In our work with Adam Holland, we saw the need to shift our thinking between pre-K and kindergarten to close the gap in our classroom experiences and our expectations of children. This year provided an opportunity to collaborate uniquely. Principal Lomsta and our instructional coach supported the pre-K teacher joining the kindergarten CT at Edward Neal to overlap in deep conversations about students and the overlap in our understanding and collaborative work on beginning kindergarten standards. This provided further collaboration on developmentally appropriate progressions of learning between pre-K and kindergarten students. Prior to voluntary pre-K in buildings, kindergarten teachers had the youngest group of children with skills ranging from that of a 3-year-old to a 3rd grader, and were expected to teach to the middle and build classrooms based off of early childhood screenings or parent reports. Now we are able to access Teaching Strategies Gold data and get a much better understanding of how these children are entering kindergarten. Through data collection using Teaching Strategies Gold, pre-K teachers can use progressions of learning to help balance the kindergarten classrooms to create equitable placement of all students and individualized instruction right from the beginning.
Pre-K teachers use Teaching Strategies Gold as an assessment tool to guide learning and experiences. This tool is aligned through grade 3 and is a choice for the kindergarten entry profile assessment in the future. Teaching Strategies Gold provides the age of progressions for children across all learning domains. This is helpful when planning and guiding instructional experiences. The slide shown shows an example objective from Teaching Strategies Gold's literacy domain, letter naming, and letter sound knowledge. The blue band represents widely held expectations for pre-K students. The purple band represents kindergarten students. Data shows children in a VPK experience are much more prepared for a kindergarten experience, both socially, emotionally, and academically. This shows up through the beginning of the year classroom routines. These students are the leaders and the role models for other kindergarten students who have not had a pre-K experience before. This also shows up in the beginning of the year one-on-one assessments in FastBridge. For example, in the 2020-2021 school year, of those children who attended voluntary pre-K in 2019-2020 at Edward Neal, their average score on letter naming in the fall on FastBridge was 72%. Children who did not attend voluntary pre-K's average score in FastBridge in the fall was 56%. Adam Holland provided various tools and research to show how beneficial this alignment work can be for children. An ideal from Adam to individualize and maximize instruction was a way to build letter and sound knowledge quickly. Twice weekly during transition times, children were shown a sheet of paper with letters randomly ordered. Children read through the paper. When the child got to a letter or sound they were unsure of or said incorrectly, that became their individual focus letter, meeting the child where they were at. Children were then given a card with the letter or sound on it, and during the day were asked several times what their letter or sound was. This maximized individual instruction on letter and sound knowledge. Beginning Tuesday, February 18th of 2020, I put this into practice at Neal. Unfortunately, this was only continued until Friday, March 13th, 2020 due to COVID-19. In the short time, rapidly, 90% of my pre-K students in 2019-2020 school year at Edward Neal gained and maintained 90% of their letter and sound knowledge.
So there are a couple of concepts that are at the core of P3 alignment work. First is guided play. Effective teachers use guided play by taking some traditional play spaces and providing children with tasks to do in them that move the learning in a direction of the teacher's choosing. For example, a teacher might ask children to design and build a bear bridge in the block center, rather than just sending children to play in the block area. Then the context is ripe to scaffold children's engineering knowledge. Guided play acts as a middle ground between teacher-led sit and get instruction and free play where children are doing whatever they wish. The point isn't that every minute of the day should be guided play. However, classrooms that mostly consist of free choice should designate some of that time to guided play, and classrooms that consist mostly of teacher-led whole group instruction should designate some of that time to guided play. If we do this across a district, children will experience much smoother transitions throughout their pre-kindergarten to grade 3 journeys. And District 191 Pathways provides a perfect opportunity to implement the concept of guided play across early elementary grades. A second core concept is activity settings. These are comparison graphs that illustrate the differences between a typical pre-K and kindergarten setting on the top and a kindergarten and grade 3 setting on the bottom. It demonstrates the need to adjust and smooth the activity setting transitions for children from preschool through grade 3. You'll notice that the upper graphs show significant differences, while the lower two graphs are very similar. And yet pre-K and kindergarten children are more similar developmentally than kindergarten and grade 3. And this data has been collected all over the United States, and it is very consistent data that these are the types of settings that children are at in these different grade levels. So notice the colors in the top two graphs. The kind of gray piece that is labeled choice, and that's 52% of a typical pre-K activity or typical pre-K day. Then if you move to the kindergarten setting, you can see that the tiny little gray piece is 2% of a kindergartner's day. And if you compare the lime green areas, in pre-K, there's just 17% of whole group instruction, but in kindergarten, we move to 43%. When you go to the lower two graphs, you see how similar they look, and there's actually more whole group instruction expected in a kindergarten setting at 43% versus grade 3 at 39%. So what's really missing in all of these graphs is an opportunity for guided play, somewhere in that middle ground. Think of it this way. Children may go to bed one night as a preschooler, going to pre-K, having the activity settings and expectations of that, and wake up literally the next morning and go to kindergarten with vastly different expectations that are far more similar to what's expected of a third grader. Now, children do become more independent learners between kindergarten and third grade. They're likely to get better at self-regulation and directing their own learning. But these skills develop over time as children grow and mature. What's realistic for an 8-year-old is likely not for a 5-year-old. So what can pre-K and K teachers do to bridge the gap between these grade levels? And what are the implications of having these skills that children will bring to first, second, and third grades? By including more guided play opportunities in both grade levels, teachers can reduce the amount of free play in pre-K, and kindergarten can reduce the amount of whole group time. Children then will have more experience working without teacher direction in small groups on academic tasks, like the guided play activity of building having an intentional task of building a bridge. They'll get better at collaborating together on academic content with other children and negotiating roles, materials, and even their own learning. Teachers of first, second, and third grade classes might consider pairing guided play and techniques like project-based learning, which allow children to actively construct knowledge rather than relying so heavily on the teacher telling children what they need to learn. To me, this is a really powerful piece of this work, is to think about these activity settings. And finally, our third goal for the grant was community engagement. And we hosted an event that we called Get Ready for Early Learners that was funded through the MDE grant. And we held it on January 30th, 2020, pre-COVID. We had more than 60 attendees, including community providers from all sectors representing the variety of early learning paths that children may travel prior to kindergarten. Participants engaged in informal learning through short videos, sticky stats, and materials throughout the meeting space prior to the meal and program. School readiness, beliefs, values, and assumptions were discussed and explored through individual and group reflections. Minnesota Department of Education early childhood leaders Mike Brown and June Reinecke were guest speakers and shared with our community providers about the P3 initiative. All of this information was tied together through improv comedy and entertainment by the Theater of Public Policy. With COVID closures following shortly after this event, the partnership work was slowed. This fall, early childhood family education staff have been reestablishing connections with each of these types of providers and extending invitations to partner through offering ready for kindergarten sessions, providing cross referrals and building that base. And now there'll be a transitions community of practice series through MDE that is designed to strengthen and smooth transitions across programs and grade levels. And we'll be participating with Head Start and Parent Aware in our community. ECFE staff will also be hosting a Zoom event on Saturday, February 27th to reestablish connections with the child care community and share strategies for supporting families. And finally, moving forward, there are two main themes to address. First, the shift in mindset required to approach this period of early learning through the science of child development and the need to shift instructional strategies and activity settings to better meet the needs of young learners. And second, to deepen the community partnerships to build shared language, strategies, and knowledge with stakeholders, starting with the pre-K to K transition. I'll leave you with the link that's on the bottom here for the Kindergarten Transition Toolkit. Part of the preschool development grant work included this development of this transitions toolkit, which we did a workshop on. And the concepts include the ready community, the ready school, the ready family, and the ready child. Most importantly, this work moves the responsibility of readiness off of young children and squarely onto the adults and the systems that serve them. This is our work to do. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation and fascinating information. I will open it up for discussion. Aaron, maybe you can just bring the slide down and we can have back the gallery view. There we go. All right. Questions, comments?
Amina, on your first slide where you were comparing the percentage of people of color, of children of color, Indigenous and Hispanic children, what was I didn't see a comparison to European children so that we know the contrast. I'm just wondering.
Oh, sure. That I believe that the number, and I want to say it's in the 70s, but I can get that figure to you and send that information.
Thank you.
Go ahead, anybody else?
Great job, ladies. I mean, I'm so excited about this program and how far it has come. And, you know, I've seen the growth in it, having children in this district and having them attend early childhood education. And one thing that really sticks out to me is the guided play. I see it. It is something that can definitely open up so many doors for these young kids. And the fact that the adults that are leading it are involved in it and are taking part of it is just shows a lot more great work to be done. And I'm glad that the ladies who are running this are running it, because you seem very educated in that piece and understanding that childhood education starts at a very, very young age. So
Thank you.
kudos, ladies.
Thank you. We have a great team. We have a great early childhood team.
Yeah, I also want to reiterate that this is a wonderful program. I think just getting in there before the kids start kindergarten is so crucial. I do have a question about when you're going out, you know, as far as community outreach, is there any sort of cultural training that's done in trying to reach out to, you know, some of our, you know, different families that are, you know, multicultural?
Are you speaking about reaching out to provide other providers in our county or our area, or families?
Families, like,
Families.
so if there's, yeah, for the people who are trying to outreach to, you know, get children enrolled, like just to make those connections with those families, is there any sort of cultural training that's done?
Well, we have had cultural liaisons in our department to help support that community connection.
Okay. So
and
they're
help-
being used in that capacity. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Awesome. Thank you.
So the figure that you're looking for our Caucasian students in 2019, it was 52% of them met the benchmark. And in 2020, it was 54% that met the benchmark versus the 52% of our BIPOC population. I think you're muted.
Oh, yeah, I was just saying, yeah, I said, okay, so not quite as high as 70, but it's okay. That's good. Thank you.
Yeah, there's not as much of an opportunity gap that we can see in that data.
Right, which is great. That's kind of what I was wondering. Thank you.
And also also room for growth too.
Yes.
Everywhere.
Yes.
Yeah.
And just to remember that we have a kindergarten class of over 600 students, and some of them, not all of them, are part of our VPK. If you remember the slide that shows all of the different paths that students are coming to kindergarten. And I think that just speaks volumes to the work of building those partnerships and strengthening the alignment with all of the different pathways that students are taking to get to our kindergarten.
And I remember, Cindy, a couple of years, it was probably more than a couple of years ago, when you came to us and you were, you know, we were asking you about making the connection between preschool and kindergarten. And I'm just loving this because, you know, I remember there were a couple of years in a row, you're like, yep, working on it. It's coming, it's coming. And, you know, just hearing this, this story in our schools, it really just makes me so happy that we're having this kind of impact. And in terms of the partnership, and so it's late and my mind's a little foggy, but correct me if I'm wrong. You know, this is kind of, you know, the Get Ready for Early Learners is really that's something that also was discussed within the Burnsville Leadership Group And I really feel like, we owe, some thanks to them to help have input in terms of coming up with that data together for all those providers, and to really start, to be leaders in our community in helping to create that common language and the common expectations. And, okay, so they might be competing, we might be competitors, if you want to call it that, in terms of enrollment, but in the end, so many students who live in the community, they are going to attend different child care providers, and they will end up in our schools. So it just makes sense for everybody to be using the same language and expectations. So thank you. I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Director
That
Alden.
was it.
I think a lot of the kudos goes out to teachers, like the ones that have been so patient with us this evening. But those kinds of real life kind of examples of the way that they're applying the practices and being allowed that structure by their principal to really move forward with that, build those relationships, and to begin to examine the practices that are happening in their classrooms and seeing such positive results.
So kind of thinking about what Tony was asking, and then also followed up with what Abigail had said, looking at that slide with the numbers of incoming kindergartners and how they're ready, that's all kindergartners. So like my daughter coming in, going to a daycare center into kindergarten, she's part of, she's no longer, she's a second grader now, but back then she was part of that number. I'd be interested in knowing what that number looks like for kids that are from the VPK program going into kindergarten, and what that percentage of readiness is and how that differs from others. Just because I think that kind of almost speaks or validates the work that you're doing. And so that would be almost like an impetus or a marketing tool to say, this is why you should have your kids in VPK, because look at where they are with readiness. I like data, so I'm just figuring other ways to analyze it.
Sure.
And I did pull a little bit of data like that, so I'm happy to share that with you if you want me to send it around this letter naming the FastBridge data. So I'd be happy to send that.
To add on to Leslie's question too, is just, will these students then continue to be tracked throughout their tenure in our district? So that you'll continue to have like that comparison to like other students that didn't have that pre-K.
And we do want to do that because we want to see what they look like when they hit that third grade read well by grade 3 benchmark, and to see if that has given them the boost. And because we know a lot of stuff evens out as we talk about, the progression of learning. Some students are right on it really super early right there in kindergarten and first grade, and other students it takes all the way to third grade to get to that spot. But we see a lot of that evening out, and really if we can personalize and address that student's learning and see that individualized progression, and not get too excited about whether or not they hit that benchmark in first grade, second grade, but looking for that third grade marker, which we know is a real important one for us. And we see that kind of growth and progression in enormous ways.
And that data is important, to me too, because, just working with children of color at that age, because that's my favorite age, the preschoolers and the little ones, and being involved in community events where we try to get them ready for kindergarten and preschool. Yeah, we need to know the total statistics of all the cultures so that, we have a comparison.
Sure.
Okay, any additional questions or comments? Well, thank you, everyone, for a fantastic presentation. And with
Great
that, yes, with that, we have reached the end of our agenda for this evening. Thank you, Dr. Battle, and to your entire staff for hanging out the whole evening. It's been a long, not the longest one we've ever done, but a longer one tonight. So full agenda. Our next meeting will be next Thursday, the 21st, where we will have a retreat starting at 5:30 p.m. Have a good evening, everybody.